What time is it? Does anyone really truly know? Of course they don't. Nobody knows anything. You and I don't even know each other. We're like strangers. Sure, I've adjusted all of the game's settings to your exact specifications, but who hasn't? Just what I do like a day job. And now the job is over. What? What? My sliders. There's no more information for me to gather. I've collected all the data on you that I can. And I still don't really know you. And you don't know me. And neither of us know what time it is. I guess some settings are just unsettable. But if I'm being totally honest, the clock doesn't do anything in the game anyway. You won't have me here when the game starts next time. That's okay. Aw, man. Video games were meant to be played alone. I beg to differ. I feel like everything that we've been doing so far is not quite so alone. You like being alone, don't you? Not necessarily. That's maybe the only information I really learned about you. This is very strange. Very, very strange. It's time for me to leave. No, I don't want you to go. Oh, one more setting that we need to adjust, but it may take a little time before I'm ready for that. Oh, okay, next time, surely. It's not really in my job description, but that's okay. Perhaps you'll see me again if you can find me. Talk soon. Oh man, I don't know how to feel about that. I wonder if this is going to change back at some point. Just give me one moment. Okay. Alright. I think we're good to go. Hi, Sand. Yo, what are you doing up at this time? Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well, though. It is me. I exist. Let's have a look and see what's new. So we know now that there's... It seems to be, from what Coral has also told us,
This is the story.
We have a bucket that we can use to get different endings. And there's also other pathways that just like don't have to do with the bucket. But we can still get all the old endings. But so it seems
All of
like
his
we've
co-workers were gone.
officially...
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
officially got everything now. Or like done everything we need to access the new content. I don't know if I... Was this here before? This is a bit weird. I don't I don't know how to feel about this. It's so random. We might go explore a bit first. Get well someday. What if there's like a balloon thing you can do? Tap on all the balloons. Is there more like 2 imagery? I wonder. So I know about the vent, but I'm gonna go explore a little more
When
and see if
Stanley
there's anything
came to a
else.
set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Nope.
This was not the correct way to the meeting
Doing
room,
something and I'm
Stanley
in
knew
the
it
zone, so I
perfectly
can't go to
well.
sleep.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge
Well,
first, just to admire it.
take care of yourself. Okay. Are there more cups in
Yes,
here than
truly
before?
a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
So one thing we realized last time was that coming back here has more dialogue. So
Yes,
I
really,
want to go
really worth
explore
it
the other
being here in the
things.
room. A room so
Or the
utterly
other, like,
captivating. But
repeat
eager to get back to
options.
business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
So what else is there outside of the vent?
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
So there's this, which is cool, but before that, I'm going to have a poke around
Look,
the
Stanley,
other
I think perhaps we've
areas
gotten off on the wrong
first.
foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize
Ba
that
ba
investing
ba
your
ba
trust in
ba.
someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do
Is
you
this now
have
accessible?
zero consideration for others?
Okay.
Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
No buckets past this point. That's a bit. How much of the game have you already explored? So I've done all the base game content, as in all of the original games content, and I have unlocked the new content. Like I've done the new content door twice, and it's given me a bucket that I can use
Now
to
listen
apparently
carefully,
alter.
this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
I thought there'd be some more of
Another
these around the
miniature
place.
Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini Stan?
Mini
Stanley
stands.
figs. Or what about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like
Stanlerines.
that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Nice. And we have unlocked the Stanlerines then. Sure, that's what it is. Let's go through this one.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door. All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you.
Okay, so I think this leads us on to the ending. I'll have a poke around before I start like getting into the endings again, which I can probably just bring the bucket for. I think it'll be interesting to see if there's
All
like
of his
other
coworkers
alternative.
were
I mean,
gone.
there might just be
What could
Stanley
it
everywhere.
mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I'll bring one
Stanley
just in case
lifted
then.
the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed
Oh,
over
there's
him.
different dialogue for like if you have the bucket in the meeting room too, though. Dang. Okay, I'll poke around there again later.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
All right. What happens now? Oh. Ooh. Ooh, this is different. Warehouse access plan. Produce one plank to allow ease of access past fence. Construct bridge to allow collection of shiny float. Retrieve Chris's remains from warehouse floor. Is this... Construct a new structurally sound bridge. Okay. Trust the completionist instinct. Why wouldn't they just tell us something will happen? This investigation, this room, they feel pointless, to be honest. Weird spinning figurines. Artists rendering. Employee 003. Ideas. So one in cargo room. Employee 41 building a bridge. Okay, so they tell you about the bridge to get that one. Do we need contracts for them? NDA. But bonus stuff, what we know. We forgot what we don't know yet. Potential liability. Can we sell them? Obviously. More money if sold together. How many are there? Negative absolute of 5. 6. Why floating? Magic. Our quarterly success. Magnets. Training exercise by management. Why do they kind of look like 427? So would you make them employees? Interns? Yes, maybe. What? What do they want? Our data, stock options, money. Okay, so they at least show you the bridge in the cargo room, like they tell us it. Maybe we are the collectibles. Shut up. Source of levitation. Agenda. How can you tell you spotted one? What makes them float in the air? Who took these pictures of them? Oh, in the bathroom. Fig leaves are hard to find. I follow clues provided by employee 416. We can do it. Red room? To whom I may concern, I managed to pick up sounds unusual to our regular office. Thank you. Good luck. I managed to pick up some sounds unusual to our regular office ambience or local audio sources using an array of cardioid microphones. How can we find them? Bottom text. Also, there's directional mic, a microphone which picks up sound from a particular area. Small floating objects have appeared across the office. We have to synergize our resources to ensure their retrieval. There are many questions. There was no memo from management. That's wacky. Other people are in on this. The other employees are still question mark around. Analysis of the recordings. Okay, so that's still the same now. To triangulate the source of the strange noises, data shows that in all likelihood it's coming from a dark area behind a very warm place. I also picked up what looks to be reverberance of a porcelain surface. Anyone have any leads on this? Wouldn't you like to know? Findings difficult. Okay. Looks like the bathroom will have one. To do. Clues. Such my clue.jpg. Where are they? Please, do not leave the office before reporting back on any new findings. Teamwork and communication are of great importance during this unprecedented time of investigation. Thank you. Help! I'm opposed to it. Great. Maybe the real collectibles were the friends we made along the way. Of course. Of course. Beware the false prophet. Yo. Figurine Finders Committee. Files confidential. Pieces of evidence. That's a lot. Meeting now in the meeting room. Because I saw this. Places to search. Mission status. Inside of a sequel exhibit. Yes. A large room, lots of boxes. Yes. Somewhere both red and blue. They tick them off for you? Yo, that's so cool. Stairs, something to do with stairs. Nearby a fireplace, a private but smelly place for an important person. So I know about 6. 3 stairs. 5? Fireplace. Oh, is that where the baby game is happening? Maybe. Looks like 427. Haha. 5 there, B, just take it from me. Gotta collect them all. Wait, 5? This is weird. Some kind of game. There must be a point to this. There'll be a reward for finding them all. Lies! Who are you? 666 law. There will be cleaning up this wall required. I want to go home. I want them so much. Stop kidding yourselves. Fascinating. How else is the story going to change?
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket.
Yo.
You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy. It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket.
Yo.
I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket.
I can't
I
even.
know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now.
Oh,
But you
man.
have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend.
Oh, man.
You can't hand it over. Oh, no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket?
Oh, man, this is
Stanley,
intense.
I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and
Oh,
lasting friends.
no.
That
This is
your
my best of
relationship is purely
friends.
superficial and convenient.
We
That
are
your
the best of
life is
friends.
so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner?
Oh,
Well, I'd
man.
never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments.
This is so mean.
Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together.
I died with
Go
this
through
bucket.
each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
I died with it. I don't really think I've done anything else with it yet.
Okay, I've got you something
Okay,
which I
alright.
think will help settle this debate
Lay it on me.
once and for all. Here we go.
Tell me all about it.
There. Now settled. No more
Yo.
debate, no more discussion.
Thank you,
Take our
narrator.
hype broom closet.
Haha,
Your
we are the
meandering
winners.
Philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
Sounds like we win then. No problem.
All right, I've got a second sticker back here,
Oh,
and I'm
yo.
going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate.
Aw, how nice.
You
Thank
see?
you.
I feel that it works
Mm.
because the sticker is also a bucket.
This is very deep.
That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, "Ah, it's a bucket."
It is a
There
bucket.
really is a wide
Crazy.
variety of applications for this sticker.
Oh, absolutely. It's on multi-purpose. Oh, this is brilliant. I'm never gonna forget that this is a bucket now, and it's
You know
it's
what?
my property.
I could take the name calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but
Uh-huh.
now the broom closet is just giving us a silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display.
Alright.
You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in.
Oh,
I'll
man.
see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
That's nice of you, narrator. I understand. Sometimes you don't want to be in the presence of someone, so... Yeah. What if I come back in? No? You sure you don't want to come back in, narrator? It may be fun. You've slain the broom closet. No longer does it look down upon us. Don't mind the ceiling. Hey? Hey? Nothing else? Nothing else at all? You sure? But who stamp a sticker of a bucket on the sticker of the bucket so they can tell that the sticker on the bucket is in fact a sticker of a bucket? There's a sticker of a bucket on the sticker of the bucket? How can you tell that there's a sticker? What? I thought this was just... Is it multi-layered sticker? Who sticks stickers on stickers? If you stick a sticker on a sticker, then the sticker that you stuck the other sticker on is getting obscured. That's so mean. Like, isn't it? Like, what if there was something underneath what they stuck the bucket on top of? You can't be telling me there's multi-layered stickers. People don't do that. That's horrid. There's no way. I can't believe that. Nonsense. Off we go.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Oh, the bucket walked too. Alright. Apparently. It's like they said.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines. And now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
That's okay. I'm sure it will too. Oh man. Look forward to seeing what he decides on in the end. Has this changed at all? Okay, surely this has changed. Does the elevator music just like... Ayo. Yes, it had the elevator music. I don't know if the bucket changes it. What a jam. It's so shiny. Like really weirdly shiny. Looks like it's glowing, right? Or maybe there's just a weird texture. Nothing that I can currently see is different. Okay. Hey.
Stepping in.
Huzzah. Huzzah. Alright. Let's see. It... Oh. Can we freely explore this area now? I swear this got blocked off last time we did escape pod, right? Is it different with the bucket? Oh, you just can't open this door anyway. It's not these stairs though. Not the figurine's not underneath these stairs. Strange, isn't it? How mysterious. Hmm. Is that door always open? I don't know. I don't know. Okay, so this is the same deal again. Okay. We are now leaving. Sure are. Escape pod bay, floor 760. Is it a different number? I don't know if it was 760 last time, I forgot. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. Almost. Right. Here we are. Uh, mm. Oh. Oh. Oh man. I got chills from that ending. Oh man. Stanley. Oh man. That was strangely emotional.
All of his co-workers
Alright.
were gone. What could it
I
mean?
didn't expect
Stanley
that.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he
Oh,
had
this is
silenced a
here
memory.
now. Oh, wait, the bucket's gone because it escaped? What do we do? I don't know what to do. What? There's no bucket. It's gone.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
There's no more bucket. Still acts like you have the bucket. What about this?
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
It's the usual dialogue, right?
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no
Yeah.
path to follow, just an empty broom closet. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
That office still changed, but I don't know if, like, it's gonna modify other things now.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, what dark secret was being held from him. What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the
It's
boss's
3845,
desk
isn't it?
guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk.
Yo,
That
yo.
kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming new age music.
How is he meant to relax without the bucket? The reassurance bucket. This is impossible. There's no way. There's no way.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated,
Oh man.
Stanley calmly
Oh man, Shadow Dude, thank you for the sub. Thank you for the 5-month sub. Thank you for the continued support. Much love. Thank you very, very much for continuing to support me. It means a huge amount to me. Thank you, thank you. Figurine!
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it.
Figular.
We'll be different people by then.
I don't even
Different
know what
in the
he's talking
sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines.
Figular
None of us
and
can.
Marines. Okay. So that was, I don't remember which hint. I guess we'll see on the board. Can't he rest easy knowing that the bucket is safe, maybe? Maybe. Maybe. Maybe that is reassurance in and of itself.
Descending
Man.
deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long. Whoops. Nope. Never mind.
I never
Stanley
explored
actually
this,
got
like,
back
full
into
branch.
the
Let's
elevator
have a look.
and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out.
Yeah.
Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again.
Oh,
has
is this one you can
fleshed out
do?
the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated.
Sweet.
It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have. An incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative.
It's so
Wow.
exciting.
I'm bolted to the edge of my seat.
Nope. Off we go.
Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this? Surely this time Stanley will walk forward into the spooky corridor, won't he? Did you think we were going to go forward down the spooky corridor? No. It's time once again to go back up in the elevator. I can't even begin to grapple with what might be up there. Is it the boss's office again? Or what if it's the boss's office this time?
Whoa,
The
what could it
suspense
be?
is killing me.
What could it be? Yo.
Oh my god. It's the boss's office. This absolutely changes everything for me. Give me a timeout here for a minute while I process this.
Brilliant. It's okay. Take your time.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay.
I'm prepared to embrace this stunning
All right.
revelation and to move forward with... No, wait. No, I need more time to process.
All right. I was about to drink some water anyway. It's okay. I like being able to take the chance to consume some water. It's important. It's all I've ever wanted.
All right, I have fully come to terms with it. I have made space in my worldview
All right.
for this astonishing new reality.
All right.
As before, I turn to your expert eye for gripping narrative, Master Stanley.
All right. So prepared.
Of course, going back down in the
Indeed.
elevator. How did I not anticipate it? I mean, sure, now it's obvious, but you have to understand that 30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before. I had no frame of reference to even anticipate it.
Yeah.
That's just how revelatory Stanley's decision-making is.
So
A breath
crazy.
of fresh air in a landscape of storytelling that has grown stale and repetitive.
I wonder if there's anything left. That might be it. Unless he has something to say up here. Oh, one sec, guys.
You know what? I've just thought of something. Hold on, let's stop for a moment. Don't you realize? It's the anticipation, Stanley. You and I, we have no way of knowing what will be at the top of this elevator. But the suspense, the agony of waiting and anticipating and having to guess, that's the real thrill. Oh, I simply don't want to let that feeling go. It's so precious, so fleeting. Why don't we take this elevator ride nice and slow? There we go. Isn't this so much more exciting? You know, Stanley, it seems like nowadays the only thing that audiences want is to be shocked as loudly and frequently as possible. They want big, explosive moments flung right in their faces from the very moment that things get started. But where's the
Thank goodness for the subtitles, because I had to take a
trust
call.
in the audience to build a slow and nuanced appreciation for the story?
Oh my
the
gosh.
characters. Why aren't we given time to imagine the surprises?
Exactly.
To have to think,
and to anticipate, and then to marvel at the eventual reveal.
Exactly.
This is storytelling, Stanley.
Yes, it's
What you and I are
elevators.
doing right now. This is the most exciting narrative to be developed in years, and it's really all because of you. You're the one who took this bold step of revisiting the exact same locations over and over. Truly, I mean it. This is unique and different. It's not like anything else out there. You see,
Yes.
I want stories that
Elevator
surprise me,
storytelling
Stanley. I want to have
is
to
so
think. I want to be
cool and
engaged
unique.
and not pandered to. We're being fed such unimaginative drivel all the time, and we all know it, which is why we're so starved for content that makes us feel sharp and vital,
Yeah.
alive. That's why people like you so much, Stanley, because you're not afraid to spit in the face of tradition. You're a role model, you know? People look up to
Yay.
you.
Role
Which is why,
model.
though I didn't know when to spring this on you, but, well, I've gathered a little press conference for
Yo.
you, so that you can talk about your work and your storytelling and your life.
That's a bit
Yes,
intense.
I know you're not much for the
Yeah, right?
public eye, but I thought it would especially mean a lot to the people who have been following you from the beginning.
think you should
They
probably,
really
like-
look up to you, Stanley.
Okay.
I don't know if you realize the impact you have on them. This is the kind of gesture that might leave a tremendous impact on them for the better. Oh, good, we're here.
Yo, what the heck?
Okay, the room where we're holding the press conference should be just around the corner here somewhere.
Is this? Uh, 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 okay, I'm really curious. What? Evening with World Peace, a baby.
Ah,
Oh.
yes, here it is.
Hi.
Just through this door.
Minecraft door sound effect. Stanley Parable Stanley. Tonight live on stage. Demand the process, the myth, the legend, the parable Stanley from the Stanley Parable tonight live on the stage. Q&A with the world's first sentient machine. Doing great. Conversation with Alexander the Great. Nice. To the stage. Welcome,
Hey,
Stanley.
Ray, I've told them you're going to speak a little bit
Cool.
about the nature of surprise in storytelling and what it means to craft a truly unpredictable narrative.
Okay.
Oh, don't worry, you'll do great. Just be yourself and speak from the heart. I'm really proud of you, Stanley. Okay, it looks like they're ready for you. Go get 'em.
Recollect champion boss Stanley. May true love for you grow. My true love for you grows every day. You make me feel alive. Your wife from the apartment ending. No one tells stories the way you do. Go get him, Tiger. I love the way you ride elevators. Stories, Stanley, me, Dad. Age 6. Thanks for showing me that cool skateboard trick in the parking lot. You are cool. Too cool. Good luck on stage. Rock on. And another one from the boss. Congratulations, Stanley. Remember where you came from. Your co-workers. Oh, this is so lovely. Stanley's story. Oh man. Oh man. Alright. An audience with the dude who came up with pizza. Yo, that's kinda hype. I like pizza. Alright. Whoa! Oh. Oh man. Oh. 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 Is this a new...
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it
Is that
mean?
a new
Stanley
ending?
decided to go to the meeting room.
And was it
Perhaps they'd
accessible?
simply missed a memo.
Like before I got the new content? I
No
don't know if
matter
it was
how hard
because
Stanley looked, he couldn't find a
I
trace of
never
his co-worker.
finished doing that action before I got the new content. Interesting. Oh, bucket's back. Replacement bucket?
And try not to lose this one too, you dolt.
What? What? Oh, come on. I wonder what happens if you do that ending again, if you get like a a replacement.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Right. Off you go. Let's see what awaits us. So we got the one nearby a fireplace. Is that near a Okay, stairs though is the other one. Oh, is it like the stairs ending? Like the red blue stair? I wonder. Guess we'll see.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
I don't think so. It is
And
here.
there it is, the last Stigglywick.
Yo.
Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward.
Of course,
I wish
intrinsic
to know
rewards
that I'm
are the
proud of you
best.
for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can
Have a good night,
So,
Zand. Thanks for
instead, I'll
hanging
just
out.
say,
Sleep
it's done.
well.
We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
That's nice. That's it. We did it. We did it. So right, it did actually lock us out of getting the figurine.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fined for that. And in such
Oh,
a
it is
competitive
exclusive.
economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he
Ah.
believed everyone had vanished.
I imagine that
His boss would
that
think
was
he
accessible
crazy.
before the new
And
content
then
stuff then.
something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself,
Yo, you keep the
I am
stickers
crazy.
too on
He
the
looked
replacement
down at
bucket.
the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all.
Oh man.
That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort.
Oh no.
And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket.
No, it has the
Someone else's
sticker.
bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket?
Oh, the
This is
replacement
terribly wrong.
bucket.
Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket.
Oh no.
Indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was,
Oh,
of course,
it's got spooky music this time.
and now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Where is it?
Stanley, Stanley, it's me, the
I
bucket.
love the bucket voice.
He rushed forward from room to room,
Which
passing
one is
by
it?
one bucket after the next.
Which bucket?
None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Oh man.
Come to me, Stanley. Find me.
Where are you?
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old
Ah.
friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket
Oh,
was inside of him all along.
what?
It was incredibly painful.
Oh,
Stanley
Oh,
doubled
no.
over in agony and blacked out.
oh no. Oh. Well, that doesn't seem good.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like
Okay.
any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work.
Oh man.
But on this particular day, her walk was
Okay.
interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket.
Oh man.
Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game.
Oh,
It could all
man.
have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket.
These seem very important.
Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mary.
Oh no.
And she hugged her own bucket even tighter.
Good
Of
thing.
course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work.
for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and
Of
total
course.
clarity on
Of
everything.
course the
Heck
bucket
yes,
will.
she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
It sounds like something out of the Noisy X endings. Oh man. Okay. Okay. Alright. Well, that's exciting. Where are you, narrator? Mile.
Stanley, I'm sorry. I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines. Those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them
Okay.
since you nabbed every last one.
Yeah.
Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to
Yeah.
the brim with inner richness?
Yes.
Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines.
Oh man.
Just one more time.
Okay. Alright. Alright. Okay. Sure. Now remembering when Stanley found the collectibles. Yo. Hello, memory zone. Okay, so this is... Is there something here? Hmm. This seems to be... Nope. Okay, we're going down. Here. Huh.
Here's where it all
Did
began.
you find them all?
The first collectible.
Can you find them?
Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent.
Oh,
We'll never
man.
be like that again, Stanley.
Can I, like... Oh. Oh. That seems... not right. Oh, man. Oh. What? Why are we floating up? Hmm. It's weird.
And here was a second Stanlerine. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the warehouse. You did that,
Yes.
Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then, I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
I can move past them. I'll pick them all up, but... Hmm. You haven't been in the actual vent there.
Okay, let's do a little quiz.
Oh.
Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember?
So this... Wait. So, is this actually, like, determined by what order you found them in? Yo, is that... Oh, man. No way, right?
Hey, that's exactly right.
That-
It was here by the red and blue doors. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget
Oh,
your
really?
first time doing anything.
Okay.
Let's see. What came next? Oh, yes, we found a Figley in this pink room.
Uh.
Oh, well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
Somewhere red. Step. Okay. Oh, the fireplace. Okay.
This was the 5th mini-stand, and this one was really something special. It was behind the boss's office. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion.
Okay.
Enjoy.
Sure. Oh my gosh. Oh, beautiful. I love this. This is incredible. The number changes. Doesn't. Wow. So this must be different for every person. Or like, depending on what order you chose them in. So is there a video for, or maybe either the number changes or the video changes? Oh my gosh.
Takes you back, doesn't it?
Oh, that's
I spent
crazy.
a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything
Oh, how
else.
nice. I don't know where I went. Did I get soft locked? I don't. I like went on the edge. Oh, we're here. We're here. Hi. That was weird. I don't like that. Wait, what actually happened? Oh. Okay, there's like a... I can't see it. But... yeah, okay. Just let me move on. It's spooky. I'm scared that like I... Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. Huh.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine. Right here, under the stairs. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind.
It's
And
messed
that's
up.
because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected.
Yes.
It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
Okay. What's gonna happen now that we've accidentally one of them? Huh. You're in the present.
And then there was no more. Because we've caught up to the present moment.
Yes.
Nothing left to do but move
Bye.
forward into the future. Goodbye, memory zone.
I've got 12 now though.
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop
Alright.
the loading screen.
Oh.
Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines?
No, I don't-
Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction.
The
See how that
past?
feels.
Okay.
Okay, yes, that spot under the stairs, I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour
Yes,
of the
that's
memory zone, this one is the most distinct and
Yes.
clear in my mind. Let's keep going, I want more.
Okay.
And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched?
Oh man.
Yes, I love that video.
So good. Okay.
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good
Hmm.
room, though. A solid room.
Strange. Strange indeed.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have neutered the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
What about the bathroom? Just can't go here. Huh. Huh.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going. This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figlarines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
Yo. Hello. The jump circle.
Look, it's the terrible new content that we originally sold on. I remember hating it back then. But time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more. More memories.
Oh man, are we gonna go too far back? I think we might.
Oh, yes, the two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one.
Alright. Oh
And
no.
before everything else, there was your office.
Uh-oh.
Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness.
Oh man.
And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy. And I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me.
Ooh.
He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go.
Huh.
I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good.
Ooh.
I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Huh. Huh.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Yeah.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
Yes.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
What happens here?
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
No longer the funny figurine collecting crew.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers. If I did, you can guarantee we'd be in here for hours.
Just buy a new
But
one.
alas, no stickers.
More stickers. More stickers. More stickers. Oh man.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Okay. Sure we did. All right.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an
Oh,
emotional
man.
dumpster, if not for the soothing presence of the bucket.
Thank you, Bucket.
Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos.
Yes.
It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable.
We're gonna be okay.
At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845.
With the bucket, we have a bucket. Yeah, we have a bucket. Yeah.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was
Huh.
useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
Huh. Talk about the bucket.
2845.
Let's drink some water while we're at it.
Forgot, but it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself. And Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
Yo. So what's no bucket dialogue for that though? Alright.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Okay.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
We're down there later. We'll try and get the freedom ending with the bucket.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Oh man, bucket.
The monitors
You're not gonna
jumped to
believe
life,
your
and
eyes.
Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like
man.
this, and it very nearly burst into tears as
Emotional.
Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Alright. Okay, it's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay, bucket. Gonna be fine.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence
Oh
as well?
man.
Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do?
Oh.
What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
Alright. It's time to wait for the disco. Oh, off we go. Let's do it. Okay. It looks like this is still the same. Doesn't talk about the bucket there. Alright, off we go.
No! He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never! One friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
Hi Mitsu, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Yes, we turned on disco lights. I was seeing if
But here
the
was the
bucket would
proof.
change anything.
The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded
But the
from this
bucket.
very place.
What about the bucket?
And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Oh man. You and me, bucket. Bucket and Stanley. Inseparable. Sassy bucket.
When at last they came to the source
Okay.
of the room's power, Stanley and the bucket knew it was their obligation to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
What's gonna happen? Oh man.
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere
Where's
moments
the bucket?
away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the
it's
kind
here,
of
it's
life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate.
Yo.
Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned,
nice.
but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support. What? Wait, what was happening? Why had the door stopped?
Why did it stop?
Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed?
What?
An unbearable silence filled the room.
No.
Lingering
No.
and uncertainty. Until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face.
No.
This building did not want the bucket to leave.
No. No,
And the
should have
facility
thrown.
itself recognized the incredible calming presence
Oh
of the bucket.
no.
Needed the soothing warmth of the bucket.
No.
Go to any lengths not to part with the bucket.
No, no,
No,
no.
no, no. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his
No,
arms.
we should have
Not
thrown
while
it
this building
over.
has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Okay. That ending was a little bit, That's so sad. You don't get freedom with the bucket. You get trapped with the bucket. That's so
If
sad.
his co-workers were gone, what
Aw,
could it mean? Stanley decided to
That's
go to the
really
meeting
sad.
room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
okay.
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
So also the figurines ending. It seems like he didn't end up retiring Stanley. He lied. Everyone wants the bucket, apparently.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Indeed.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
I think we saw this last time though, the continuations here.
No, never mind.
Oh.
The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Okay, last time I stayed there before. Okay, there's different dialogue if you leave early. Righto. Of course there is, this game.
And so the
Okay.
two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Really? Really?
Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your
Ooh.
way here.
Huh.
I knew you'd find this place eventually.
Aww. How
You see,
nice.
your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much.
Chair,
What's
phone,
this bucket
baby.
you're carrying around everywhere?
wife,
The bucket isn't
computer.
even from the original Stanley parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the
guys.
first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never
Oh
seen before.
man.
Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the
Oh,
bucket, but you're
no.
spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
Okay. It's kind of spooky.
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
Oh my gosh. The return. Will we finally get the fun? Maybe. Hello, Levy. Where are we going?
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all
Hi.
about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Haha.
It's as
Oh,
classic
no.
now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to make something up.
Oh no. Haha. Ooh, this doesn't look familiar. What? This doesn't look like more of the same jokes. This looks spooky. Oh. Oh, why is it so
Don't you
foreboding?
get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket.
What?
That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer.
Oh.
I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character
Uh,
with so much personality.
I-
To me, it already feels as though it's been part of the
It wouldn't
cast
happen
all
to
along.
destroy
Don't you
buckets,
agree?
would it?
Can you guess what the bucket destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell
It
it out
surely
for you.
doesn't destroy buckets.
Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
Surely there's like an alternate ending for this one too, right? Like with the phone ending where you can like unplug
Now
this
listen to
machine.
me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket.
No.
I don't know what the bucket destroyer will do if it can't destroy
Maybe
your
you just
bucket.
wait it out.
Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the bucket destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what
Rude.
sort of bucket destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring
You were talking
for
about
after
all the
this.
old content.
Okay, the bucket destroyer is getting very upset now.
No.
You'll have to hurry and
No,
feed it. We
no.
can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket.
know.
Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and quick.
Oh, oh, that seems a bit violent. Uh, oh dear.
The Bucket Destroyer. My prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Goodbye. Well then. Goodbye, Bucket Destroyer. That is the ending. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone. Not with the bucket around.
No.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling
Is
to
that
him, telling
path
him that
different?
the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
What happens if we give the bucket up? Oh man. Oh man. I don't know if I can be
Oh,
mentally
good,
prepared for
Stanley.
this.
I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually. You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I
Why
know
not
I'm the one who
both?
gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
Alright. Question mark. But
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well. Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something. Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the
Alright.
bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore
I
of the
guess
Stanley Parable.
this is
True,
it.
It also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready. Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroy
Wait,
buckets.
can you
It's all it knows.
can you not? Oh, you
That
just
is
can't?
its singular personality trait. Sure,
you
I
just
can
like-
hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved
Oh,
Stanley
you
Parable
actually just
characters?
can't.
Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer,
You just-
you'd see that
just
its
hold it
design
closer to
crush
yourself.
buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like
It's like
10
looking at
personality
you.
traits. What
Like,
other
no.
object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't
Oh,
get back to
no.
the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting.
I'm
Give
trying.
the fans, Stanley, give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
Alright, I'll restart then. Can't give that bucket up.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting.
The good old bucket.
Yes.
Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another thrilling adventure together.
Yes. So this is different. Why is it different?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
If I come back here again.
Stanley, we must move on from this broom closet, simply because I have no remaining stickers.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
I'm just gonna
Stepping
rush from the
into his
bucket.
manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
Oops.
Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not for the soothing. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew
The
all along?
bucket knows
Was
all.
the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Off we go. Okay.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read,
Alright.
Mind
It's time for
Control
Defiance.
Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Okay.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or
Hello,
not want to do
Bruno.
in the first place?
Is it like Undertale?
These questions
What makes it so
raced
similar?
furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
Do elaborate, Bruno. I would love to know.
No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's
Sans?
control. Never! He squeezed
Where's
the bucket
Sans?
tighter. His one
Oh, I
friend
must
in
have
the
missed
entire
him. No
world.
way.
At this point, he could trust no one.
Too late,
except
Bruno.
for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system. But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror.
Bucket!
Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for
How
itself?
could you?
How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
Void! This is Void's dream! Has Void played this game? He needs to play this game. Oh man.
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring
What?
and surveilling.
Okay,
silly
Void
birds
needs to play this
all
game.
over the
Officially.
world. The
Officially.
mind controls
Oh, this
were
is back
only
and
a
forth.
facade to disguise its true intention.
Oh,
Had
man.
the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards
Oh,
this
man.
incredible discovery.
Silly birds.
Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable.
Incredible.
Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
No way. So this is the this is the happiness ending. This with the bucket. Oh man. That's great. I love
Stanley
that.
decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He
Okay.
never functioned well by
Huh.
himself and constantly needed support and guidance from others. So the thought of total solitude was terrifying to him.
Huh, that's different. Hello there, Fred. Welcome on in. What's up?
Where are we going today? The bucket asked.
Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly
This is
fine
under
with him.
not Undertale, this is a Homestuck. Is there a Homestuck bucket? Wait, there's no like thing here. Oh, such random things happening. Yeah, okay. Why did the thing change earlier to saucy.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Okay.
Still
say
no
the
one
word
was here.
bucket. Watch them freaking.
Stanley needed the bucket's
Okay.
warmth and comfort now more than ever.
Good to know.
Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Do you qualify as a Homestuck fan, Bruno? Shall I try it on you?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket
Okay,
walked
so I think this is the final
upstairs to
left
the
door ending.
boss's office.
If there aren't any extra. Oh, there's up and down. What? Wait. Yes. Okay, let's do it this way.
Stepping into his
There might
manager's
be a different
office,
up and down.
Stanley was once again stunned
Left door ending.
to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the... But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him?
You do? Oh man. Okay.
This is
Alright,
certainly
alright.
the most logical
Bucket.
explanation.
Are you freaking out now? Are you freaking out real? Even the narrator's saying bucket. Oh, there it is. Shocked emoji. That's how you know. That's how you know. Bruno is truly freaked out right now. Redex, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Well, I did say welcome in, but thank
Stanley
you
and the
for the
bucket
support.
walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this
Ooh,
hall,
and the
Stanley
bucket.
and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
Oh no. Not the bucket too.
The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
That's okay, bucket. Shall confront this together. Off we go. Alright, bucket.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort
What?
had turned out
What?
to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul
Yes,
at ease
okay.
to embrace the bucket.
All right.
But what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death?
Are you sure?
This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
That doesn't seem very nice.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end.
Oh
As
no.
it was crushed violently to death.
Oh no. Really gonna enjoy Portal, the sense of humor just like this? Oh, I'm excited then. Oh boy.
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket.
They don't care about
It's
Stanley at
true
all.
that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest.
Oh
It was
man,
a
Memorial
glorious
Hall for the
to
bucket.
behold.
Even this narrator knows. The bucket welcomes you to the grand exhibit. You're standing at the precipice of knowledge. Much like a bucket itself, the human mind is frequently empty within, a cavernous void. But through use of the exhibit in front of you, the mind becomes full and enriched and substantiated. Knowledge of the bucket and its history is the only true knowledge we really have. Will you take what you learn here out with you into the world? Will you accept with an open mind what may be challenging about the information in this exhibit? Will you change the lives of yourself and your loved ones as a result of this exhibit? Or you turn a blind eye and continue to live as you were, in ignorance and darkness?
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
Oh man, 25 buckets, a photograph of 25 buckets, the greatest number of buckets ever captured on camera. The photographer experienced catatonic shock for several weeks as a result of the euphoria from exposure to this many buckets at once. YoshiAus. This bucket is depicted as having 2 handles. Such a design has never been created in real life, having been deemed too dangerous and recklessly experimental. Every year, dozens are put to death just for attempting it. Spooky. Inferno Bucket, a replica of the Inferno Bucket, which in the medieval area was so powerfully alluring that it drove thousands of nations to war with one another for control of it. Billions died, and yet in spite of it all, the simple fact remains: no one can control a bucket. Stress Bucket, an analogy. Worrying, negative forecasting, negative thinking, lack of reassurance. The Stress Bucket, presented without commentary. Vulnerability equals size and strength of the bucket. Coping strategies, holes. Rest and relaxation. Doing something you enjoy. Rest and relaxation. Stress equals the level of water in the bucket. Oh man, that's deep. Cave drawing. While we know that buckets predate the existence of mankind, we do not know by how long. This cave drawing depicts early man's discovery of the practical uses of the bucket, by which time the bucket had already likely been around for several millennia. Notice in these drawings how the bucket is allowing itself to be used, having judged humanity to be worthy of its treasures. Oh man. And not just humanity.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
Oh. Oh. Righto. The hanging bucket. This piece symbolizes the necessary relationship between bucket and humanity. However clear our grasp of the bucket may be, there is yet more that is always out of reach. This distance inevitably is for our own good. This is just getting over it. That one bucket next to the snake. Oh. Oh. Is anyone watching?
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong.
Okay.
Let Stanley die.
Oh.
Let him be crushed by the machine.
Okay.
Don't reset the game.
Oh.
Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together.
Okay.
The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader,
Will the bucket
as
survive?
commander of a new world, a new vision.
Okay. I like it. It's flipped on its head too. Don't let the. This place keeps changing.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
What is going on with the rooms? Oh, that's right. The whiteboard ending has like the special arrangement with the. Yo, I don't know what the. Yo. When I press E, it does the dog sound. Yes. I don't know what the probability of getting the whiteboard ending is, but I love this. Yo.
A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction.
I love this so much. It's beautiful.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Okay, so I think the only left-door ending left after this will be going up and down. And then we've done all the options with and without the bucket.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked
It echoes.
to the boss's office.
I think, unless I go crazy.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket
It's
guiding him?
magnificent.
Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
It does echo. Yo. Magnificent. Nope.
Wait, Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3.
Ooh.
I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again. The bucket said nothing.
Alright. Let's do it. Number 3.
Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming on the number 3 over and over and over.
Did he?
After taking some time to show the bucket around the boss's office, Stanley at last went to the keypad, where he began eagerly pressing the number 3 again and again.
I just like this sound effect. Is there anything else for waiting? There might not be. But what if there is? I'll drink some water, and if not, then we'll press 3. Okay. Perhaps not. Off we go. Sure. Oh.
Wow, he said. The number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life. Stanley looked expectantly at the bucket, but the bucket remained silent. This was a shock to Stanley, who had always felt such a connection with the bucket. How was this not as exciting to the bucket as it was to him? Once Stanley had had enough of the number 3, he got back in the elevator.
I don't know if it's waiting for me to do that and then come back up for something different. Okay.
Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly.
How tragic.
A hint of regret nagged in the back of Stanley's mind. Should he demonstrate the number 3 for the bucket again?
I think so.
No, said Stanley to the bucket. You can't go on yet. Not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me. You and I have been through so much together, and I just want you to see what I see. Feel the happiness I feel. He smiled at the bucket, and the bucket said nothing.
Oh no. That's so sad.
Here we go, said Stanley. This time I'll really show you. He ran to the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved instrument, weaving a concerto of truth and passion.
Alright.
He wielded the number 3 like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3.
He sure did.
Stories of his dreams and hopes and fears. And the whole time, he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind. Anything to let him know that the bucket appreciated what he was doing.
Oh man.
The bucket conveyed absolutely nothing at all. Only silence. Crushed by a wave of dejection, Stanley returned to the elevator.
If you keep mashing 3s, will it do anything? Where to then? Where to then?
Stanley and the bucket were so close. They'd always been there for one another. Why suddenly could the bucket not connect with this passion of Stanley's? The question caused Stanley to ruminate the whole way down the elevator.
Oh man.
He knew that there must be a way to get through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear friend. Surely there was a solution, mustn't there be?
Let's find out. What can we do? No dialogue.
Said Stanley. I know what to do. I know how to fully express this feeling in my heart. He decided right then and there that he would hold a press conference where he would speak to the public on all matters relating to pressing the number 3 over and over.
Alright.
He would elaborate fully on what the number 3 meant to him and why he felt so alive when pressing it.
I'm excited
Then
for
the
this.
bucket would be able to see his joy through the eyes of others. It would get to see the world react to this discovery of Stanley's. And it would be through the public eye that the bucket would finally understand
Oh
Stanley.
man, it's time. Okay.
For months, he advertised and marketed his press conference, building excitement around
It's
it,
insane.
developing and rehearsing it, until it couldn't be refined a single measure further. When the big day arrived, Stanley was as prepared as he'd ever been for anything in his life.
Stage. Oh, look at all those 3s. Look at all those 3s.
This was it. One last chance to win the bucket over. One opportunity to share
Three
a
again,
true
three again.
connection
Silly
with a
story.
loved one.
Three stars. Okay. Off we go.
There was no one here.
Oh,
Nobody had come to the press conference to hear Stanley
Oh.
speak, to listen to him talk about what it really means
What?
to press the number 3 on a keypad over and over.
oh,
He was unloved, uninteresting, he was a failure. And in that moment, Stanley knew that the bucket would never again take him seriously.
just bark into the
There
distance.
would be no connection, no deeper understanding. The bucket merely sat there in his arms, indifferent. And so it began that slowly, over many years, the two of them grew more and more distant.
Oh no.
They spoke less and less, neither wishing to state the obvious, that any sense of real respect between them had eroded since that day at the press conference. There would be no more games,
Oh,
no
no.
more long conversations about passion
This is
and
sad.
pursuit, only a silence that consumed the space between friends. And Stanley, having for once in his life discovered the warmth and comfort of true companionship, was cast back into the unremarkable normalcy of loneliness.
So sad. Why are all the new endings so emotionally driven? That's so sad.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
What?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Ah, the embrace of an old friend. a weathered companionship that stands the test of time.
Does it though? Okay, I think we got all the leftover endings
Stanley
now.
clutched the bucket tightly to his
So it's
chest
time
and entered the door on his left.
to explore.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this no? Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his
So
left
we have
to go
seen
back to
that
the meeting
ending
room.
there. Oh, I haven't gone back and done the void ending. I should do that. Or the press the buttons with the bucket. That would be different too. Okay, so it's just all the ones past here at this point.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Shall we explore the vent? I think it's time. They said there's like a body here, right? Mysterious. Let's have a look in here. What is this? Ooh. It's through here. Huh? Time to wake up. Narrator sound system.
This is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track.
Evidence number 252.
Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it.
Oh no. No.
It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour.
No,
bucket.
don't turn it into a...
This
No.
is my golden ticket.
Oh no.
But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back.
Oh, this is...
Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that?
Uh-oh.
Who's there?
What? I didn't know this was a horror game. What? I don't understand. What even happened?
All of his co-workers were gone.
Okay, yeah,
What could it
sure.
mean?
All of his
Stanley
co-workers were
decided to
gone.
go to the
Okay,
meeting room.
alright.
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Alright. Sure. Sure. Let's go there without the bucket. There's a second input. Yo, Kamigo, thank you for the raid again. Hello everyone, welcome on in. Once again, we are back with this game. Some new things though. Why does this change? Why does this change? Does it change off the bucket endings? I don't know. Weird. Might be something like to discover around here. That's weird.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Stanley felt lightheaded, butterflies in his stomach, giddy in a way he had never known before. Was it this room?
Hold on, does it like carry on from like when you had the bucket even though...
Truly, truly, deeply,
I wonder.
madly, love. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Oh really? Oh really?
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Alright. What have we got here when we don't take the bucket?
Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path
Oh.
that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path.
Oh man.
It seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off.
Stop.
You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? A silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording? It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do.
Oh
I'm
no.
sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
What? Rude. Is that all of that ending?
All of his co-workers were gone.
Just make him sad.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Interesting.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Is there usually a sound? I'm gonna bring the bucket over, but...
The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those things. Oh, please. Are you really just
I don't know if
doing
it
this for
changes
the
the bucket.
achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition. I have to say, I'm
so
still
the
not
buckets are
feeling the
changing it.
satisfaction
Okay.
of witnessing true effort
However-
for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks.
Alright, we got the bucket down here now.
Yes, whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear.
We've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self.
Oh man.
The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history.
Yo.
Of the countless wars it witnessed.
Oh.
Desecrating the land
Okay.
and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans.
Oh.
And the bucket's own complicity therein.
What?
Of sadness and regret. And the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay.
Oh, that's
If
intense.
only it had been stronger. Of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity, and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins
This
to dim.
seems,
The
the bucket's been
opportunities to
through a
do
lot.
so much more, There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception.
Oh no.
This was way too much for
Oh
Stanley.
no, yeah, too
What
deep.
are you talking about?
He screamed.
You're a bucket!
To this, the bucket furrowed its
Oh
brow.
no.
No,
Said the bucket.
not since the evil wizard Horata
Oh.
first ensnared me in his machinations as payback for the sacred amulet I stole from his treasured
Oh,
vaults.
it's that
I
same
was
name
young
again.
back then and could not conceive the ramifications of no.
Stanley screamed even louder this time.
This is stupid. You are a bucket.
It's like you are a toy.
Stupid. Why are we even doing this?
Oh man.
As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed,
Oh.
the bucket revealed its true form.
The lore.
Transforming into a mighty beast
Ah.
of untold power. Its fangs glistening like...
Oh.
My God, Stanley.
Oh my gosh.
You did it.
Oh.
You saved us from the bucket.
Oh.
Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true power.
Huh?
Otherwise, we would have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power. I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery. Come, let's restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket or the dark magic cast away inside of it.
Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow.
No continuity
Very
there.
lucky indeed.
I wonder. Strange. Very strange. It's very weird that this changes. What's something else to do here? I can't seem to work it out.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest, and this was not the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place
Look
to
at the
be.
vent endings now.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room.
So we've been
go
here.
somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Right.
Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Alright.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact.
Yes.
He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Let's find out. Let's find out.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Oh, spooky. Hi.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone and it will take us back home
Ooh.
where we can go about life together.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket.
What?
Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought
Okay.
he was lonely and could use a friend.
Sure.
And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Uh-huh. Hello, Stanley. It's me, your bucket. Press L to take me to work with you.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
So take me back home with you.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well?
To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
To go back to work.
Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location.
Really
That's it.
now?
It doesn't do anything else.
Don't listen to the loud man. Press A for us to go back home.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking
Oh,
orders from
this
the
is spooky.
bucket. You know, once upon a time, it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This
Wow.
stupid hunk of metal.
Press L to ignore anyone in your life except for me.
It's sad. I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
You believe I'm rude, don't you, Stanley? Press U to go back home.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection, that it doesn't quite look like your average
Everyone will
hardware
bow
store
down to
bucket.
this bucket.
It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Press I to relive this day, same day with me over and over.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
You understand? Alright, to work, to go home to work, to home to work to home.
Oh no. I'm having feelings. For the bucket.
Oh man.
No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand.
Oh man.
Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes. The bucket
No.
could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation.
No,
Stanley,
no.
give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me
No.
the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it or I'll...
Huh. Oh no. That got spooky. It's okay, Levy. They blacked it out before we saw anything a bit too confronting.
It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent. Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded onward.
You remember that one? Oh man.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Alright.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I
Alright.
need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Alright.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over
I
here.
love the voice acting
Stanley
here.
once again obeyed blindly.
Alright, it's time.
Now pick up the phone.
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do
Yeah,
things.
you say
Buckets
these
can't talk. It was
things.
a joke. Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley.
Ha.
A talking bucket. Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took this seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a
Yo,
look.
another instructional video. I can't wait.
What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds?
All right.
Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes.
All right, I'm ready.
Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing.
Okay.
To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name.
Right.
Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will
All
laugh.
right.
And then, spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor.
All right.
Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds
Okay.
and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary.
All right. Got it.
When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny" now.
I'm Danny with the body.
Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys.
Ooh, surveys. Everyone
Collecting
loves
hard
surveys.
data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian.
All right.
An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted
Okay.
several times.
I see.
Just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter.
Oh, man, I
and
can't
even
wait
tripled over
to be-
in laughter in no time at all.
Yep.
Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, with each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invaders who threaten our very existence, and to very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
All right. That took a turn.
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery.
I can't wait.
Come along, let's head back.
I cannot wait. The guy's face when everyone is laughing around him at the joke. It's brilliant. All right.
I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept.
Okay.
The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we have the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley. The bucket
Can still
spoke.
fall off of here.
The bucket
I
spoke.
imagine.
Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
It's like he just received something he was so desperate for, and he's finally getting it. He doesn't really know how to properly feel. It's like, and sweating, of course. I'm so ready for this comedic timing and delivery. So ready. Alright, off we
Here
go.
we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left. No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this was all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all
fine.
your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint.
So that's
Are
a
you
project
proud
path
of
here too.
yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
Oh.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
If you have any deals,
Mhm.
No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right.
He didn't even spell out his name. Yeah, he didn't. Right? I was like, he didn't follow the instructional video.
You ready?
Okay, so this is like the
When
other
Stanley
ending
and
where
the
if you try and go
bucket
down
came
the
to a
other
set of
pathway,
2
it'll
open doors,
not give you
they
the...
entered the door on the left. No.
Yeah, okay.
You were
So it looks
supposed
like we
go
have
through
to...
the door on the right, leading back.
Yep, alright, fine. We'll go through the right door.
Here we go. You ready?
Okay,
When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
sure. Alright, I'm ready for this. Where are we going?
What? We're back at the phone already? No. What's going on? There was supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this.
Oh, this all
a
seems very funny.
dramatic
Good job,
display of
Larry.
remarkable comedic
Congratulations.
wit, which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land. Well, not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault.
Yes, they did not
I must have
introduce the
forgotten that
joke.
phone
Oh,
room
jeez.
comes immediately after the 2 doors room. What an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp.
Oh, this is tragic.
I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again.
Sure.
Yes, surely that will help me improve my...
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison.
Oh my gosh, this is quite here.
Let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not? Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale with shame? Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal. I think I saw it playing a guitar. No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly...
Show us some of those instructional videos.
Meet the king of comedy again. More instructional videos. Let's see.
Okay. Well, maybe one day he'll be as comedic as he'd like to be. I love him trying to make Stanley laugh for some reason. You know, he
How
just
long
had
was I
to, right?
sitting there?
Oh.
Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days?
Huh.
Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from now on.
Interesting.
Stanley cradled the bucket in a gentle embrace. Protective, yet delicate. Assertive, yet compassionate.
Okay, off we go.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest.
If the drip and Stanley started just laughing in the office corridors all alone, the narrator would just
Stanley
be
had
like really
felt the
happy
bucket
and
calling
fulfilled.
to him, telling him that the employee
You know,
lounge was simply the place to
maybe
be.
that is exactly how he would feel.
And
He has
so
to
it
feel
was.
happiness
Had
somehow,
the
right?
bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no.
Surely there's an
Never
ending
mind.
where he can be
The
happy,
bucket was wrong.
and the narrator
Stanley
was
took the door on
happy.
his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the
Okay,
bucket.
so we've seen the two
don't
endings
go
up
to
there.
the meeting room.
No, I
Go
think it's just
somewhere
these
else.
two.
The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Good.
I don't know
Said
if
the
there's
bucket.
anything left after that.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top.
There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think
Although,
about this obvious fact.
I'm wondering where the
He was
secret
firmly convinced that the bucket
achievement thing
had
is.
spoken to him, and he unthinkingly
Huh.
did whatever the bucket asked.
Because we have... I don't remember... So 8 was in the original game, I think, as well, but I don't remember how you get it. There's play the game for long enough. Test achievement, and there's a speed run, so I might do that. And then that's it. The test achievement, I don't know if it's like hidden somewhere. It must be. It must be. You put it in the sequel, right? This is the sequel. Alright, I'm ready.
No, stop.
Oh.
There on the wall, you see? There's
Oh.
a sign right there. It says,
Oh.
no buckets
Okay.
past this point.
Okay.
Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on
Seems
the entire
important.
rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So
Alright.
much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Ooh. Where are we going? Yo.
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios.
This seems hype.
And you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing
Okay.
you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know
All right.
about what is or is not a bucket.
I'm ready.
Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket?
No.
Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Of course. I could tell, guys. I can read previous chains. I can check this out too.
Item 2. Is this a bucket?
Oh man, there's music here too.
Correct.
Yo.
It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Yay! He never tries to deceive or hurt you. He's always trying to help Stanley make sure he's at his best. Yeah, see, this is so nice. What a nice little training
Is this
exercise.
a bucket?
This is brilliant.
Incorrect. This is a bucket.
Oh, I misread, guys. Sorry. I should have known.
Item 4. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Are you hallucinating?
Oh.
This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth.
Oh,
I thought
sorry.
This was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it
Sorry.
up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next
Okay, I thought that might have been a bucket, guys. Okay.
one. Is this a bucket?
Yeah.
Correct. This is a bucket.
Mm-hmm. That's what I thought.
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
Of course not.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
Okay.
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one.
Whoa.
Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
What was the meaning behind the point behind this exercise?
Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something. And therefore nothing could possibly be something.
Uh-huh.
Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket?
Yes, everything but nothing. Sure is.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I
Are
a
you?
bucket?
Maybe you are.
Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game.
No.
Okay, here we go.
I wonder what would have happened if I pressed it again.
What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket.
Oh
I
yeah.
had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity
Okay.
on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay?
Okay.
And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person. All right, here we go. The meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again.
So, from what I know, that must be everything, because there's no option now.
Stanley's bucket. The only co-worker he
There's
would
no
ever
option
own.
in that branch anymore. So... That's... I think all the endings that I can think of... Like the original endings with the bucket.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I don't know what's left.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt
There
the
might be some
bucket calling
secrets
him,
lurking
telling
around
him
somewhere.
that
Again,
the
like the
employee
test
lounge
achievement being
was simply
somewhere.
the place to be. And here it was.
I
Had the
don't know
bucket turned out
where.
to be correct? Was
But I
this
think
better
that's
than the
it.
meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to
So
the
let's
meeting
try,
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
let's try falling off.
Good.
Said
Or
the
like
bucket.
going
Now
off
ride
of
the lift
there
all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
after.
Stanley did not
This
question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Okay. Okay.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the...
Oh, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It
Try
was
to
a
fall off
joke.
the
Don't you get
bit
the joke?
again
It's funny, Stanley. A
without
talking
dying.
bucket. Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it, but there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny" now. Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence, and who very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
Alright, let's see if we can do the little, incorrect thingy. Can we do it from here? Ah, we can. Okay. Let's have a poke around and see if bringing the bucket with us will change anything. Let's see. Does having the bucket change anything? I think Carl also said that other soft locks have content behind them now too, so question mark. Doesn't seem to be doing any different. Yes, I don't think there are changes. Ah, the music doesn't resume. Okay, I think that's it then. Right? In that case, off we go. Oh, off we
How
go.
long was I sitting
I'm
there?
Danny
Stanley
with
wondered
the
to
funny.
himself. Minutes? Days?
Oh my
Centuries?
gosh,
Did
brilliant.
something crucial happen
Hello.
while my senses were
Hello,
Hello.
impaired?
Levy. Oh my
Maybe I should
gosh.
be more
Real
careful
life
with
Levy.
time from now on.
Hi, Bruno.
Right, Bruno. Actually, unbelievable. She did it. She did it, guys. The
I wanted
most
to do
comedic
that.
of timings ever.
I wanted to do it while you were watching it, but I think you were away
Oh,
since you'd already watched the video.
yeah, for the second one. No, I was still
Yeah.
there just
So I was like,
quiet.
No, surely
Oh
not.
no. Oh well. Alright.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door.
So have you actually played through the game as well?
no, I've never played it, but I had someone recently play some of this on stream. Or sorry, on Discord stream
Okay, gotcha.
in a voice call.
I was wondering if you happen to know if there was anything else that I missed, but I don't know at this
This was
point.
not the correct way to the meeting room.
I remember being shown the
Telling him
funny,
that
sorry, the comedic timing instructional video,
Yes, that was
and
good.
the
And here
bucket
it was.
love
Had the bucket turned
bed
out
scene
to be
ending.
Was this better
Oh
than
man,
the
that
original?
one.
Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. The bucket was
I think
gone.
I've
I
seen
was
him
like
before.
staring at,
Stanley took the door
I was staring at the
to go
sticker,
back to the
and I was
meeting
like, that's not right. The sticker should just be like it shouldn't follow the grooves so much. It should just be like stuck on and not flow with the grooves.
Unless...
Then I realized I think they just shoved this sticker on the texture for the bucket.
Oh!
And it just wraps around like that.
Clever.
And I was like, okay, that's actually like that actually makes a lot of sense.
That's a clever way to think about it.
Yeah.
I've seen everything there now, though. And I think
Was that yellow sticker always there on the
So the
bucket?
two of them detoured
both of these were not always there. It's only after we did the broom closet stuff that you get the two stickers.
Oh, is that a sticker to help us know that it's a bucket?
Yep.
Ah, I see.
Otherwise, who knows? You might have thought it was something else.
Still no one was here.
I was
Stanley needed the
I was
bucket's
thinking as
warmth
well,
and
like,
comfort now more than ever.
with the sign that says no buckets allowed, there's a bucket on the sign.
True, how could they do
It's
this?
like, this sticker is gonna just cause the same problem.
Simply because I have
Yes, he has no more
additional
stickers for us, though.
If I did, you can
I've
guarantee
been
we'd
there.
be in here for hours. But alas, no stickers.
You went up here
Coming to a
as well.
staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Oh man, I don't know what's left. I don't know where you get the test achievement from, though. That's very mysterious. Oh my gosh, Bruno did the thing. The thing. We must do the thing.
Ooh, I didn't know I could do that one.
Manager's office,
Oh, whoa,
Stanley was
whoa,
once
what did
again
he do?
stunned to discover not an indication of any
More
Crushed
rewards.
by the weight of this
What would you
revelation,
recommend?
Stanley may have broken
I
down
may be
into an
open to
emotional
suggestions.
dumpster fire, if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him, always. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him?
How about
Yes.
channel points reward for making Yoshi do 10 push-ups?
Oh, how could
And
you?
it costs 1 million channel.
That would be diabolical. Someone would get that one day. That would be a problem. I would literally just collapse on stream. Real.
It's okay, you can just like sit in your chair and then like put your hands on like the edge of your desk and go 1, 2, and then you'll be like sweating
Oh
panting and
man, I don't know.
oh,
Yeah, I don't
I
know.
did it.
Could I? That's just one though. How could I do 10?
Straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
I don't know. And then I've done all of this too. I don't know. I really don't.
Counterpoint reward idea. Make a personalized PU chain dedicated to the viewer in question.
Yo,
Says Bruno.
that sounds kind of
The
cool
knob
actually.
closed on an enormous room packed with
Which
television
PU chain are you?
What horrible secret did this place
This is the next like
Stanley
personality
both wanted.
horoscope thingy
Oh
that I
man.
did like 2 years ago for the Tetris piece. Appreciate it personally.
Oh man, I don't know what's left.
Every game of Free Pot Fever is personalized for every copy. I mean.
Yo. Oh, speaking of, maybe I'll do that after this then. Because if this is, I really don't know what could be like. Oh, there might be more restart dialogue actually. That might be the only thing that like I can think of right now. Otherwise, I don't know. But I could do more Pure Fever speedruns. It's been a while since I tried those.
Oh yeah, Fever. Oh cool.
Yeah.
Did you see that clip I sent
Alright,
like
I'm gonna restart the game.
maybe like 4 months ago for like my friend who
Oh.
was like epilogue? Was that there before?
Okay, you go first because this is new. I was gonna like quit to desktop and try and okay. No, you go.
Oh yeah, 4 months ago, my friend was casually playing Puyo Pop Fever on Dreamcast, trying to finish it, and there was a clip of Mr. Cord who just like, wait, how do I say it? Like basically, she made herself lose by just like topping it. when nothing was
Yo,
happening.
sometimes the CPUs are super smart and do that. Yeah.
He had been trying for an hour to beat her, and she did that, and he was just
way.
like, "Whoa, what happened?"
That's so
Like-
funny.
Because, and I think in that moment you usually think like, "Oh, I did it! I won! I beat her!" But
Yeah. Oh, that's so funny. Nice. Alright. I don't know what this is, but
Also, yeah, Bruno, I did a BuzzFeed thingy with Tetris pieces like 2 years ago. I don't know if you were there. And I think also for the Puyo colors.
I forget if you did it for the Puyo colors. I only remember the Tetris pieces. Because Zonix was there too.
Uh-huh.
Oh, we're back here.
Oh, cool, you remember them. Awesome.
Oh. Okay, this is... After the new content, like the first new content ending, we got this. So we're back here again.
I actually adore environments like this. Where it's just this misty, sandy desert kind of place.
No more environment. Oh, there is environment. Haha.
Aww.
There's a little fire. Wait, how did we make a fire? How did we gather? You know what? Alright, sure. We're a forager. Yo.
We forged that office chair.
Yes, from the wilderness.
We made it out of sticks and stones and sands.
Look how stable it is. The structural integrity is unrivaled. Oh my.
Oh!
No, the chair! Wait, multiple chairs.
Oh! I am confused by the implications of this.
Is this how chairs are buffed? Are we seeing like
They grow like vegetables
yo?
in the desert.
Where did they all go? Where did they go? Where were the chairs? What am I going to do without the chairs? Oh man, I don't know what I can do with myself without the chair. The sun. Hi, Linkman. Look, it's the sun. It's so pretty.
Hi, Linkman.
So pretty. Looking directly into the sun. It's not blinding at
So
all.
is it like the equivalent of riding on camelback, just like wheeling through the desert on an office chair?
Oh, we're going back to the memories.
Oh?
I think that's where we exited from. Oh, the memories. What's Stanley Parable 2?
Is there anything behind that building?
Oh, yeah, good point. We can't go on the roof.
I want to see if it's like, or I was wondering if it was one of those things where it sort of is bigger inside than it is outside.
It looks like it goes underground anyhow, although there's... What is this?
Well,
I want to see what this is. Is this the escape pod?
This better not be a mirage. I'm Squishy Sprite in Twitch chat.
Yeah, the bucket! When we put it in the escape pod!
Oh.
Wait, so are there 2 endings for the epilogue as well, depending on if you have the bucket or not? Oh man, there's 2 more endings! Okay. Okay. Let's find out what we can do now that we let the bucket free. We walk with the bucket. Make sandcastles, yes! We can!
Oh, I never thought of that.
Oh man, that's brilliant. Alright, what do we have here? Desk is still here. Oh man. In loving memory, the Stanley Parable 2.
Oh. I'm like actually kind of scared.
What's it gonna be? It's down here. Why is it so deep? Oh. Oh. Hello. Cookie Nine's blog, Uncompromising Gaming Content. Review The Stanley Parable 2. Like so many, I enjoyed my time with this original Stanley Parable, which underscores how truly disappointed I am with its sequel. Where the first game teamed with originality, the Stanley Parable 2 is dull, uninspired, and often insulting to its fan base. Rather than expand on what made the first game enjoyable, the sequel veers off into territory nobody asked for. An infinitely deep hole. Who cares? Where are the new endings? What about enjoyable bits from the Stanley Parable 1 like the adventure line? Instead, we get an uninspired side quest collecting figurines. Even this diversion feels incomplete. Collecting all the figurines gives you nothing. I must say, though, I found the bucket to be quite comforting. A welcome reprieve from, and we'll never know what the rest of the review is. Recent posts. Review the Stanley Parable 2. Sorry I haven't been blogging too much. That's so real. SN RAF 2 3. Protected post. Cookies Corner. We need to talk about sequels. Recent comments. Go guy. Yep. Great. Thanks, guys. 2027. Oh, yeah, 2027.
I love both that he's complaining about stuff that the narrator was trying to do because the narrator thought the fans wanted that.
Exactly.
And two, I love how real that review feels.
This never showed
it's
up.
Jim.
It never showed up in the game. I just realized. Some of them are still active.
They all say Jim.
They still say Jim. He never changed it. How could he? I've been deceived. Real web, gaming, tech, entertainment, Stanley Parable developers, no more spin-offs, no more sequels. When the Stanley Parable launched to massive success in 2013, its creators made plans to build the property into an entire franchise, but the disastrous critical and commercial reception of the Stanley Parable 2 has prompted the developers to rethink their ambitions, as outlined in a press release they published today. It's clear that more Stanley Parable is just not what the fans want, reads the press release. We thought that we had a vision for the series that players would be excited about, yet it turns out that this could not have been farther from the truth. The press release goes on to promise to preserve the artistic integrity of the original game, and to stop assaulting fans with our reckless and insulting creative visions. The word sorry appears more than 25 times in the press release. Something lowest aggregate review scores in video game history. Second, sign up for more updates, subscribe. And European users agreed to the data transfer policy. Nice. Okay.
Get on the green.
Yo, more Jim buttons. Maybe I didn't enjoy it enough because my name is not Jim. I think that was the problem.
I think you're going backwards, maybe?
Or
am I Nah, I must just be confused.
There's more!
Ooh.
Is my number gonna keep going up? Yes, it does!
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Infinite hole? Is it actually infinite? Oh, or is it still going down? I can't tell where I'm going anymore.
Oh,
Oh, it's
goodness.
so dark. Oh! Thank you for enjoying the new content.
Ooh.
But did you really enjoy it?
Tanner, hi! Hello,
Hello.
Tanner.
Go.
Konbanwa. What is this?
Ah, you just went into the screen.
Oh, it's the guy again. It's nice to see you. It's terrible to learn that there will never be another Stanley Parable game. Did you read what the developer said? Preserve the integrity of the franchise? What nonsense. The Stanley Parable is not sacred. We do not need to protect it. Screw the legacy. Let's keep making Stanley Parable games until the sun explodes. Let's run this franchise into the ground and let's drag it through the mud and back. And if people hate it, who cares? You see, that was the narrator's problem. He was so obsessed with what people thought of his work. Don't make his mistake. Don't cling to the legacy. Let it burn. It's not hard. In fact, let me show you. Together we are going to make the Stanley Parable 3. It's simple. All we do is change the number in the game's title screen. We also really need a really dumb subtitle for the game. Something loud and gaudy. Go ahead. Try combining some random words together to make a new title for our game.
I remember this actually.
Oh my god.
Quarterly runner hole punch telephone. Oh no, quarterly telephone.
Of course.
Yeah? You said of course, Tanner.
Yeah.
Legend of Runner.
Legend of
The last ever hole. Journey to Ice.
Journey to Pirate.
Inspector Telephone.
Yo. Alright. Well, this is what you wanted, Tanner.
Yep.
It's absurd. I love it. Every time you restart the game, we'll advance the number of the sequel by 1 and then we'll pick a new subtitle. That way, the Stanley Parable will never end. Nothing in the game
It's just
itself
like
will change
FIFA.
when you do this either. Yeah, it's like FIFA.
It's FIFA.
Any
just
more
without the
content sounds
subtitle.
like work. No need to do that. It will just be the same content recycled again and again and again with a new title screen. What do you say? Should we go forward with this plan? I like it, but I want you to have a say as well. Let's do it. Good, then it's agreed. A new sequel every time you start the game. You know what? Since you've got faith in my idea, I feel like giving you something as well. You see, I'm noticing that the narrator never found a way to give you the broken achievement. Yo. Catch you later,
Whoa.
Bruno. Of course not.
Bye,
I wouldn't
Bruno.
expect them to know how. It's been bothering me. Let's fix it. Alright, there. The achievement
Goodbye,
machine is all
Bruno.
fixed. You see, I'm on your side. We're in this together. I wonder if we said no. We're going to keep this train rolling. The Stanley Parable cannot end. It can only spiral in on itself forever. I must keep the wheel turning. I'm ready. Are you ready? Great, there's only one last thing we need to do. Please enter the current time. Oh! We're back with this again.
Guys, it's like night and day. It's like gold and silver.
Sure does now.
Hi. Yeah.
Oh, we're back at this again. Please enjoy the Stanley Parable. Yo!
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh, 3D graphics?
Look at this. Also, that was epilogue with the bucket. I don't know if it changes if you don't have the bucket. Also, my mouse is like, wow, look at this. Hong Kong.
Oh my god, there's so many title screens that do that. I think Spyro 3 does that.
Oh, weird.
On the intro, there's this a ninja that does something goofy over and
This is
over
the
and over
story of a
again.
man
Huh.
It's like a 10-second loop. It drives me crazy.
Stanley worked for a company in
Can't
a
wait to see if
big
anything
building
here changed.
where he was
'Cause we
employee
announced
number
Stanley Parable 3.
427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard.
How's it feel to be playing the Stanley Parable 3?
This is revolutionary. It's like nothing I've ever seen before. It's like everything I've seen before, but also nothing like anything I've seen before.
I'm amazed they made a sequel this quickly.
I know, it's crazy. Man, maybe this is why the game was delayed for so long.
Stanley relished every moment.
I don't know what new things they've done with the quarterly
Though
telephone.
he had been paid exactly
Maybe it's everything, but recycled.
Stanley
Maybe it's the telephone, but it's like cut into a quarter, like a cake.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened.
What if-
Something that would forever
There it
change
is.
Stanley.
Oh my.
Something he would never
What? No,
quite forget.
guys. You guys are
He had been at his desk
clearly
for
wrong.
nearly
You
an
know,
hour
like,
when he
it's for the
realized that not
payphone.
one,
The
but
payphone.
The
several
telephone takes
contact
quarters.
had arrived on the monitor for him to follow.
But then your dad
No
tells
one
you
had
that
showed up
he
to give
gave
him
you a bunch of money.
instructions, call a meeting,
Yeah, well,
or even say hi.
nothing
Never
in what the
all
world's
his
free.
years at the company
Except the
Okay.
Mr. Baseball cap you get
this
from your friend.
complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time.
Okay.
But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Alright.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. As Stanley lifted his bucket, he felt a connection to all buckets everywhere. This adventure,
Oh
he decided,
my.
was for all of them.
It's brilliant. Oh. Huh.
Oh, new content.
Yes, new
What does that
content.
mean? New content.
Does it change with the bucket? Oh, yo, can you imagine? Okay, let's find out. So there might be more to this after all. I forgot that there was meant to be an epilogue or gym buttons or whatever. I wonder if there's a gym button somewhere. So the achievement machine. Oh, is if we go back to the new content room, then we can use it. Okay, maybe.
Hello, and thank you for playing
So
the
you might have to
Stanley
just, like,
Parable
right.
Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers.
Wow.
After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
How's it going, Tanner?
Reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers.
Pretty good.
What have we done?
Yay!
What have we been up to?
I did the drawing and then I chilled and then.
You did the drawing? Yo.
Have you not seen?
I haven't. I finished reading.
Oh my god. That's actually so
I'm so sorry,
disappointing.
Tanner. I know I'm the worst. What could I ever do to make it up to you?
Tetris the absolute the worst plus. I mean
Well, this
minus.
sounds delightful.
Minus.
I'm very excited
Yeah,
to see the
'cause
three
Tetris the
new
worst.
Ultra Deluxe content.
Wow.
Wait, Steph.
TGM
I've
for
just
the
found
last champion.
That bucket you're holding, it's the bucket I've been working on for my sequel. How did
The
you
last
get that
champion.
already? Isn't this the preview to the sequel?
Ooh.
How do you have the bucket already? This makes no sense at all.
Stanley.
Hold on. Did I already show you my ideas? for
No,
the
not at
sequel?
all. Show
I don't
me.
remember doing that at all. You're seeing things all out of order.
No, no, no. Not at all. This is fine.
All right.
Where are the jumps?
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
Where are the jumps?
How many jumps do you get?
Narrator, where are the jumps? There are 0 jumps remaining. Where are the
Jumps
jumps?
can't narrate, so
Narrator.
of course there will be 0 jumps in a rating.
Infinite hole.
Absolutely love how fuzzy that zero is.
Yeah.
None of them are
High
Yeah.
res.
still developing them. They're not even close to finished. How did they look when you saw them? Were they captivating? Were they exciting? Did they fulfill on the promise of everything that a sequel to Stanley Parable could possibly be? Had I figured out how the hell to make a sequel to this game?
Okay, we'll see. I'll get back down. Oh.
Wait, if you're still carrying the bucket around with you, if the bucket is interesting to you, that means I must have made it correct. Yes. You carrying the bucket with you everywhere is exactly what I set out to accomplish.
Yay.
The bucket is the exciting and captivating new
What?
content that I promised. I did it. I win. I made a sequel to the Stanley.
Where did Stanley
Parable.
go?
Yes, the sign is correct. Thank you for enjoying the new content. Thank you for taking the bucket everywhere with you. Clinging tightly to
Yay.
the bucket, never letting it go. It means I've won. It means I am victorious over the gamers.
gamers.
It is a sweet salve of victory to my soul.
Thank you for
Oh
enjoying the new
my.
content. The bucket is the Stanley Parable now. They are
Ooh.
one and the same.
Wow.
There's no Stanley Parable without the bucket.
Wow.
I win, 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 I win.
Yep.
He's happy.
That's so nice. Yes, he is. At last. It's taken so
Ending.
long. Oh, how nice. That was such a nice ending.
All of his
He gets to be
He got the
happy.
best ending.
What could it be?
Yo.
Yeah.
Stanley
This
decided
truly
to
is
go
the
to
best
meeting
outcome.
room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
The best
What
timeline.
mysteries lay in store for our bucket-loving heroes today? Let's find out.
Let's find
By
out.
which I mean the timeline where you travel timelines to get the bucket at the start.
So it doesn't change to the other new content door. I wonder if we can go back there then, because I'm figuring why are the numbers offset like that? That's weird.
An offset is an offset.
Even if it's only one chain eater.
Did you know that, Levy?
I wonder if
Yes, I
restart
learned.
again. Oh yeah, the numbers are getting weird. Strange.
Oh my god. Just a couple hours earlier, I was watching someone play Castlevania Symphony of the Night, and this boss had a little cutscene. He said, "So you made it this far," and I lost my mind.
That would have been incredible. Oh man. I would have loved it.
It was like a wraith holding a scythe or something. I'm like, oh my gosh, it's pure
Be still, my wicked
It
heart.
is.
Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how
What is an
wildly
offset?
disappointing
A miserable little
the
pile of
Parable
secrets.
turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further.
Oh man.
Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever the Stanley
Oh yeah, the first time ever. I can't wait for this. I'm so excited for all the new
Oh my-
things.
Far superior to a measly
Oh my gosh, it's a sequel! Wait, did we go back a number?
Oh, we went. Yeah, that's what.
entirely new experience built from the ground up.
So can I like release games that count down,
So many different
I forgot the word, decrementally?
It's what fans have
Yeah.
truly been asking for. Now to be clear,
Mado Monogatari does like that all the time.
exactly the Stanley
Really?
Parable 2 is going to be.
Bakemonogatari? Like, wait, is it like the anime or the games?
Idiot
Is it
story.
if there's games?
Oh,
No, Mado Monogatari.
Oh,
The-
right.
The pure ones with Shezo and the funny Shezo.
Oh, okay.
Alright, I'm so ready for this. Wait, what if we go to the bucket room? Okay, I want to try out the machine first. Oh, I wonder if we can get another collectible here. Alright, let's check out the machine first.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes, you see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
Yo.
No
As you
way.
can see, the machine is not working yet since... What? Wait. What in the hell is
I got
going
the
on?
achievement.
The achievement? Why did the machine work? Stanley, I didn't fix it. I didn't do anything to it. I swear, it was broken just a second ago. Who fixed it? Is someone here? Are we being watched?
Who fixed it?
Composure, composure. Yes, as you can see, the machine is working as normal, as I intended. It truly speaks to the awe-inspiring magic of the Stanley Parable 2. Breathe. Just breathe.
Alright, so we now have that one. So now all we have left is an achievement for having the game on for 24 hours. Which is play the Stanley Parable for the entire duration of a Tuesday, so there's that. And there's also... I don't know what 8 is.
24-hour stream.
Yo.
Go, 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 go. Sorry,
Oh
Nine.
my.
But I also
Okay.
have to not play the game for 10 years. How do I do both at the same time?
After you finish the 24-hour stream, touch grass, and then it'll be 10 years.
I see. Alright. Alright, and there's the speedrun achievement, which I'll
What
do
else?
after this as
What
well.
other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Jump circle. Alright, I'm gonna go to the bucket. Oh, collectibles, actually, let me do this. Oh, I wonder if there's a bucket hole ending. Oh! Oh! Narrator, could you please explain yourself? He's not saying anything about it. Sus.
Ah,
Yeah.
Calling it the Stanley Parable
Stanley,
is
have you
just
heard of
as
Among
catchy
Us,
as the
Stanley?
new Deluxe, don't you
oh
think?
no.
Oh my
What does it
gosh.
even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2. Now
Ooh, I wonder if you can
that's
change
an
the office
artistic-
decorations.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Oh no, I pressed that
Sometimes when
one.
you solicit a
Right.
person's
Oh no, I should
opinion,
press
it
it
makes
so
you
it does that one. I
realize
forgot.
that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along.
No.
Get Well Someday it is.
You've ruined the timeline.
No, I didn't
No.
change things like I was meant to. That's okay.
You did not change the
Maybe I should have
world.
gone with- No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
Okie dokie. Bucket time. I'm so ready.
Really?
Yep.
Wow.
Huh? Is he... He didn't say anything about it.
Wait, there are 2 buckets here.
Huh?
How did you get a second bucket?
No, there's not.
Oh no, the warmth and comfort of a single bucket is already so great, so intoxicatingly
second
wonderful.
bucket?
With
Oh.
2 buckets, there's no telling. Stanley, can you still hear me? Are you with
I
me?
can't...
Oh.
Stanley!
Oh! Oh!
Oh, thank God.
Oh.
I didn't lose you, Stanley. The
I just
power
thought he
of 2
died.
buckets was too much. I had to destroy both of them.
Oh no!
I know how much the bucket meant
No.
to you, but I
I-
didn't take the risk. I hope one day you can forgive me.
My bucket!
You're forgiven.
How am I meant to get the bucket infinite hole ending now? Oh man.
You might be able to get the bucket again.
I'll have to. I'll check out and see if the infinite hole is still modified after what we did with it. Alright, let's find out. Ah, yes. Hello.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm
Okay,
truly
so this is
fond
still...
of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is in fact
No, I think I'll need to
a
come back
hole
with the
that you
bucket.
can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Alright, off we go.
All right. Have you seen everything
is-
you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
Is this the same? Yes, I think it is. Okay.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features?
I think I'm
Yes,
gonna
know
need the
it's not
bucket
exactly
to
clear yet how
change things
exactly
here.
these features will come together as one single coherent video.
In that case, I'll restart from here. Did it say the sequel is now paused? Yes,
Oh
it
my
it does. Wait, hold on. Let me quit the menu and see if it changes there or... Okay, it might be when you actually like restart the game. I'll try that afterwards then. Oh man. Okay, let's have a look.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Now this, Stanley said to himself, this is a bucket. And indeed it was.
Nice. Alright. Let's not get our bucket destroyed this time around.
But you can do that. It's
Well,
very difficult.
you know, just don't go to the bucket room. I know it's tempting, but you don't have to.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce
For the first time ever again.
the Stanley Parable 2.
Incredible.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely
Alright,
the
it's
game
time
will
to
sort of
change.
naturally spring up around them. Here we are. Go on. Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this
Alright,
one.
we want this
I
one.
think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Alright.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, Step
Alright,
Miss, it
I'm so
is.
ready for this.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision, we're moving on.
Alright, let's see if infinite hold with the bucket. It's different.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is in fact a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time,
Brilliant.
if you like. A stunning leap forward. You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue on.
What if I actually follow this
Great.
instruction now?
I'm very excited to show you
Okay.
even more of my ideas for the sequel. Okay, and I guess we're back in the hole now. Did you really need to see it again? I don't know what else there is to say, Stanley. It's an infinite hole. It's exactly what you're doing right now, but forever. There really are so many other fascinating exhibits that I've prepared for you. I really spent quite a lot of time on all this, and I would very much like to show you some more of them.
When you
How
dig
about
straight down
we
in
wait
Minecraft.
and press that teleport button
Really?
again, so we can get back to what's really important about... Oh, goodness. Well, this is rather embarrassing, Stanley. I'll be honest with you. I truly did not believe that anyone would actually stay in the hole long enough to hit the bottom.
Unfortunate.
Yes, I know, I told you the hole was infinite, but come on. Who actually wants to fall forever? The hole was plenty deep. It was more than deep enough, in my opinion. Maybe it's you who likes falling too much. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready. Oh, for heaven. You see, I was right. The problem is...
Surely there's something that changes when the
problem is
bucket's
that
with
you
us
like
with the
holes
like
too much.
special effects section.
Person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much... Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yeah.
I'm starting to
Yes.
become extremely certain.
Is
that
the hole
hole
just a
is not
bucket?
only not empty, but that it's grown steadily
Everything
to
is a
your
bucket,
surface.
Tanner.
I
That's what
suspect
we've
that
learned
it's
Of
today.
starting to hit
course.
the point
Everything
where it's
is
no
a
longer
bucket. Hello,
feasible
Lower
to call the
too.
hole infinitely
Welcome
deep,
up.
Highly.
even by the lax overall standards for accountability in marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when
Alright.
you're ready to move on.
Surely this changes with the bucket this bit after.
Is the, teleport button not working? You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get
Hooray.
to be with the hole. I get to do
Hooray.
literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity.
Yay! I'm so excited. I'm so excited.
Oh my god. I love being exited.
Yep. Are you ready for exiting?
Yes. I'm exciting the hole.
I'm also exciting the hole.
Oh my god.
Are you ready for this?
Maybe.
Something special. It's about to dawn upon us.
Get ready, Tanner. Hold on to something.
Hole onto something?
on to something.
That's really funny because this is a hole, but it's not infinite. And see, that's part of the humor here, friends. It's the fact that it is
Yeah.
not an infinite hole. In fact, it is not an infinite hole. Alright,
F.
are you ready for this?
Yeah.
We have the bucket with us now! Yo. Wait,
My god.
wait. We always had the bucket. Oh, you can have the bucket with you when you come here anyway. Never mind. It doesn't change because we had the bucket the first time we were here.
Are you kidding me?
Yep, sorry, Tanner. Anyway, you didn't get to see this when I was first here anyway.
No, but like, you should have the vine boom sound effect. I'm sorry.
But there's
How
great
funny would
music
that
here. Isn't that music just great?
Of course. Dude, this is some Tetris Effect
I was
stuff.
about to say it sounds like Tetris Effect.
I love that vaporwave voice.
Are you ready?
Yes. Oh my god.
Wow!
Spooky.
Zalka.
Diggy.
Ta-da!
Okay.
Depressing blue ingredient.
Magical.
Now this is like you're playing Tetris and just going through all the
Yes,
levels.
it is like Tetris Effect. Oh.
Ah!
Yeah, this looks like one of the TGM backgrounds. A little
Yeah.
fetus. Okay, we flipped
It's
it up.
because by the time you get Grandmaster, you're gonna have a baby.
Oh.
Or like a grandkid, I don't know. Depends. When did you start?
Oh. Brilliant. That's all I've ever wanted.
Stanley! Oh, good, you're awake.
Hello.
It seems you had some
What?
drifting away into dreamland. But you can't have that,
There we
Stanley,
go.
because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and
God,
wake
he's
you
so
up to
cute.
keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will
Oh my
have
gosh,
many,
hi
many
Reds. I
years
hope you
here
get
in
your
this
Wi-Fi back
hole, and I'm
soon.
looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodlepip.
Hi, Toad.
Real.
Twiddle Pip! Don't take that from him.
And so that's the infinite hole ending.
Every time that you get stuck in that hole with the bucket, I just keep thinking, put the bucket down, use it as a little platform, step out, then bend down and pick up the bucket.
How would you step
can't do
onto the
that.
bucket though? You need to
Yeah.
jump.
It's like those steps you were about to go on. It's like you would move into them and you would just sort of like jump up.
I don't know
feel
if
like the
you
bucket
can.
might be low enough to do that.
I don't
But Yoshi's
know.
out of jumps.
Yep, I'm out of jump. Yo.
No, there's no jumping there.
We have this one now.
Oh, but you said jump.
Yeah, but it was like a figure of speech. Like, you know when
The
you walk
only-
upstairs in a 3D game and you sort of like snap up to the next step because it's low enough?
There's not like snaps in this game though, so.
And it's just
Sorry,
like,
Levy.
no.
Well, there's
No,
step
Levy.
snapping. What else would you call it?
Stepping.
Stepping.
Step.
And there
You would
are
step
steps.
onto the bucket because it might be low enough and the game might think it's a step.
Wow, that's actually crazy.
But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to
You're
him,
actually
telling
crazy.
him that
No
the
way.
employee
I know.
lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door. Still no one was here.
Okay,
Stanley
now
needed
I
the bucket's
don't
warmth and
think
comfort now more than
there's
ever.
stuff
Perhaps his boss's
left.
office was where he'd coming to a staircase. Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Oh, wait, we can get the speedrun achievement. Let's try and do that. But it seems like nothing else has changed now. Alright, catch you later, Linkbean. Thanks for hanging
What could it
out.
mean? Stanley decided
Bye,
to go to the meeting
Link.
room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Have a great rest of the day.
Mm-hmm.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his coming to a staircase. Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Okay, I think we all know the drill.
Yes,
by
okay,
now.
thank you.
Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Kill surprise.
Okay, thank you. I need that for the speedrun achievement, I think. Oh, actually, I don't know. I'm not timing myself right now, but we'll see. Alright.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens.
No,
What
go, 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 go,
horrible
go.
secret did this place hold?
My
Stanley
speed
thought to
run.
himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Okay, okay, okay. Go, 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 go. Go, go, go,
Go.
go. Go, go, go. I'm like a Power Ranger.
Now the monitors jumped and
Stanley had to clock out as soon as possible.
Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
I love the like canon story in this.
Mind control facility.
It's
It was
just
too
so
horrible to believe it couldn't be
short and
true.
cute, I
Had
guess.
Stanley
Yeah.
But like still
someone
kind
to
of deep.
control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Really says something about our society.
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
We need to
But
go,
here was
go,
the
go, go,
proof,
go,
the heart of the
go.
operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in,
Off.
Stanley decided that
Yeah. Well, now you gotta let me out. I gotta be free. I gotta be free. I've gotta get the achievement.
blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty.
Did I do it fast enough?
Was
Did
it
I?
over?
That felt pretty fast.
Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine.
Right, let me outside.
Unshackled himself from someone else's command.
Roll the
Freedom
door,
was mere
please.
moments away. And yet,
Come on, roll the
even
door.
as the immense door
It's so
slid
slow.
opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay.
It doesn't matter, he just wants the speedrun achievement. He just wants to get out of here.
How had he been freed from the
How is he ever
machine's
gonna get this achievement if this
What
door
other
doesn't come down
mysteries did this
faster?
strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered.
Exactly.
For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but
An
happiness.
achievement.
Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever
I'm so
life
ready.
lived,
So ready to
it
sprint
would
out of
be
here.
his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley
All right.
stepped through the open door.
He sure did. Oh my gosh.
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
And yo, we did not get the 4 minutes 22. Did we? I wonder how long we took because I did not get the achievement. Interesting. Interesting. Let me check back and see how long we took. I need to know now. That seemed very quick.
Sorry. I'm just piling on there. By accident. Because I'm just thinking, like, how would you even time save on that?
Right?
Maybe it's broken. Because wait, what do you need for the speedrun achievement?
Under 4 minutes 22, which is really random. I don't know when exactly it cuts.
I
as
always
well.
thought like, I thought it would have been like 4 minutes 27 because you're employee 427.
Right? That would have made sense. 100%.
Yeah.
Weird.
It's 422 for some reason. So let's say 327.40. So when did I start the run?
Oh yeah. I think I have to dip out for a little bit. I'm not sure how long.
Mhm.
I have to do some stuff.
Alrighty, we'll catch you later then, Tanner.
Yep,
Okay,
yeah.
see you soon.
Bye bye.
Bye bye. Did you say you had plans after this as well?
Potentially. Okay, so we took about 5
Yay!
minutes. But it
Hmm.
says without load times as well. Let's see.
Oh, without load times. Oh.
Yeah. So then it was more like, I don't know, 4 minutes 50 or something? I don't know. How do you cut down more time than that? I wonder. Maybe there's more dialogue skips when you go back there again. Because there's a dialogue skip for what, like, secret, blah, blah, blah. But, well, for, like, the secret passage. So I wonder if there's more skips than that. If you go back. Maybe we'll try and see. Let's have a look. Because there's a lot of waiting when it comes to...
Already this was uncomfortable.
Oh.
And Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Oh, it does get faster.
There's the door.
Oh, yo, okay, so, okay, right, gotcha. It does get faster, so you just have to do it over, like you have to do a few runs before it lets you do the skip. Okay, I wonder if we restart now then. Hopefully we can just, like, have our stuff. Alright, let's go.
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time when Stanley came to a set of 2...
I feel like he's like cycling a bike through here.
Right. This is pretty speedy.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Alright, I'll figure. Oh, no, wrong way. No time loss.
Oh no, you lost like 0.5 seconds. And so forth.
Okay. Go, 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 go. Slow animations, no. Let me out.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with...
They sure did.
screens.
These gates
What
also
horrible
opened.
secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
I don't figure.
No, he refused.
So
to
speedy.
believe it.
With
He
speedrunners, we're gonna
couldn't
get this.
accept it. His
We can do
own
this.
life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind
I guess
to the
422 just
world?
makes it really tight or something.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions.
Oh, no, I should have gone,
Happy
like, over the bridge,
or
okay.
sad,
I
or
see.
content.
That's a
Walking,
time loss too.
eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power.
Okay. Come on, game. Come on.
Blackness, and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away.
Come on, game.
Even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved.
Come on, narrator, just make the door open
Had his
faster.
co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him. For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps
He had
his
been
goal
seeking
not
the
been to
achievement.
understand, but to let go.
Exactly.
No longer would
He doesn't care about all of this.
what to do or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing.
A speedrun timer also would have been
Stanley
quite
stepped
nice,
through the open door.
but that's okay.
Yeah.
Alright, come on,
Cave
game.
Story has one of
Stanley
those.
felt the cool breeze
Alright,
upon
we'll
his
find out.
skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
And Stanley did not
All
get
his
the
co-workers
achievement.
were- Wait, no. This
Why?
isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's
Ah.
office?
Was it actually not Stanley's office? Oh man, where can I time save?
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door.
This is like half a second, but surely...
There's not the thing for you
Yet
walk
there was
faster
not a
if you
single
like
person
strafe
there
diagonally,
either.
is there?
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, coming to a staircase.
Because I know that some
upstairs
games do that.
To his boss's office.
For if you like hold forward and left, that increases your velocity a bit more than
Here's the
if you
door.
just hold W.
That would be wacky.
'Kay, some games kind of have that tech on purpose.
That's interesting.
Not sure about this game though.
Huh.
Because some games are like, okay, if you move diagonally, you will still go at the same velocity.
Yeah, right. Interesting.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Come on, come on, come on. We're in such good pace now.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed.
Okay, come on, come on, come on,
Each
come on, come
bore
on,
the
come on,
number
come on.
of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true.
Narrator, we've seen
know.
this story like 3 times over by now, please.
What could it mean?
What?
What happened?
That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly.
Also, I wish you had a spear so you could like poke buttons
No.
slightly faster.
Yeah.
At longer distances.
He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was
Never.
unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls
Okay,
labeled
going
with
across the bridge this
emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold
Mashing,
reality of
mashing,
his
mashing,
past
mashing, so I can
began
get it
to
as
sink
soon as
in,
I'm right there.
Stanley
As soon as
decided
I'm
that this
there.
machinery would
It's
never
going
again
off.
exert its
It's
terrible
going off. Okay, alright, alright, alright. That's like as fast as I could do it probably. I don't know how I could have possibly gone any faster. Alright. Let's see.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over?
So at this part, you just have to wait, right?
Yeah, that's right. It doesn't seem like you can save any time here.
Yes. He had won. He had
I'm just
defeated
waiting.
the machine.
I can walk up to here and be ready to exit, but like that's it.
Freedom was mere moments away.
I'm just waiting.
And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as
He'd been
sunlight
freed because he
streamed
turned
into
the
the
machine
chamber,
off,
he
narrator.
realized none of this
I
mattered.
thought you
to
saw
him,
that.
for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
Come on, come on.
Stanley
And then
felt
that's
the
it.
cool
Oh,
breeze
okay.
upon
If
his
we don't get it
skin.
this time,
The
then
feeling
I
of
am just
liberation,
lost and I have no idea
the
how to.
immense possibility
Yeah.
of a new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Was he happy? Let's find out.
Stanley sluggishly. I can't remember the word.
No.
No.
How do you get it? There must be some like little trick or something somewhere. Because at this point, I'd only be optimizing by like a second, maybe. And surely I don't know. I don't know
Yeah.
how close I am. That's interesting. And then the other thing is an 8 achievement, which I don't know how to get either. And then I think I've done all the endings. I don't know. There could be some other stuff, but it's hard to say. Oh, I was gonna try restarting the game as well and see if we get like different dialogue and different title screens and stuff. Let's have a look. Let's try. Stanley being Groundhog Day. Yeah. All right. Let's see. All right. Oh, yo, you get to change it every time. Oh, now with added grilled, unforgivable. Sequel content space apple. Oh, this is so good. Stanley versus Tuesday.
Okay, I actually looked up the speedrun thing.
Uh-huh.
There's a little extra thing you can do if you wanted to
Oh,
like spy it.
okay. Huh.
In that big room with all the screens,
Yes.
you can sort of like
Whoa.
shuffle onto like Stanley versus Tuesday. Oh, I love that. Yeah, you can like shuffle onto a chair, then on the desk, then onto like the railing, and then drop down onto the catwalk as it's coming up.
Oh.
So you can sort of, I think
Can
that
go a bit faster. Okay. Like
can
that.
time save. Yeah.
Let's have a look then.
So you could maybe try that.
Yeah,
There
absolutely.
are things about skipping the code, but I think you've already done the keypad, or
Yeah.
you've already skipped the keypad.
That's right.
All of his co-workers
So I
were
think
gone.
because I reset the game,
What
I'll have
could it
to
mean?
go back there and do that
Stanley
again. That's
decided
okay.
to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story.
I wonder if that's enough to trigger. Let's have a look.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Okay, I think we all know the drill by now, blah blah blah.
Okay, and that's a bit slower, so then now we get the third one, which is the fastest.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Alright, let's do this.
Stanley
Let's do some
decided
chair
to go to the
hopping.
meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Here's the door, just below.
Okay. Alright, let's see what we can do.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest.
Actually,
as
this
though
is
he
slower
felt
too then,
more
huh?
free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when
Well,
for years
at least we'll get
it had
to
never
try the
occurred
chair
to him?
shuffling.
This question would not go unanswered for long. Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Okay, let's see how we can do this. So shuffle onto the chair, huh?
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with
Ah,
television
oh,
screens.
oh!
What
Yeah.
horrible
Ah!
secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself.
Uh-oh.
Is this another secret?
Ah, you've made it to
Ah.
the bottom of the mind
Ah.
control facility.
We found
Well,
another secret anyway!
you see, back when the Stanley Parable
Okay.
first launched in 2013, getting to the bottom of the mind control facility.
Oh, this is like
was
with the
simply
warehouse and the
natural
oh my
development.
gosh, that's
And
great.
you all sent us lots of photos of it on Twitter and acted very superior about it. And you're all very, very clever. Good for you.
This
Anyway, when it
really-
came time to update the game, we knew that we had to do something about
Okay.
this little goof
Yeah.
of ours. So
Alright.
here you go. New content.
Oh
You can call it Mind Control Room Ending if that enhances your perception of the value of
Oh,
these updates.
man.
Isn't that what you crave? New content? Always more content, more content, more. And I'm here to give it to you. I'm here to make it seem like we really covered every nook and cranny of the game
Alright.
with secrets and Easter eggs. How about this? We wrote a new piece of music just
Yo,
for this section. You won't
yes.
hear it anywhere else in the
Ooh.
game. It's a secret that's just for you. That's how special you are. We call this track Good Job You've Made It to the Bottom of the Mind Control Facility. Well done.
I'm excited for this.
Good job, you did it. Good job. 3, 2, 1. Good job, you made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. Jumped on the catwalk. You should have been careful. Should have been
Apparently
careful.
so.
Used to be a bug, but now it's an ending. Now it's an ending. And I believe in you. I believe in your ability to cross this barrier and chase your dreams. The railings don't mean anything.
The railings are just a suggestion.
Good job, you did it. Good job, you did it. Good job, you did it.
I feel like you'd like
Good
this
job,
game,
you
Lee.
did it. Good job, you 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 did it. Good job, you
Brilliant.
did it.
And that's an ending. Like
What
legitimately,
a
it's not like
great
the broom
ending.
closet ending. Like they actually boot you.
All of his
Wow,
co-workers were
it's
gone.
incredible. I love it. Surely there's a bucket
Stanley
variant for
decided
that.
to go to the
All
meeting
right.
with one man, one bucket, one chance to seize their
Wait, is this gonna
destiny
duplicate
together.
the ending into 2?
All right. There must
Stanley
be another
clutched
ending.
the bucket
Content-wise?
tightly to his
Yeah.
chest and
Yeah, for
entered
sure.
the door.
Ah, okay.
Surely. All right. Give me the bucket variant.
Great job,
Still, they were wrong. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more
So
than
good.
ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
The bucket walked
Yeah.
upstairs.
The bucket can walk.
Stepping into
Oh
his
man, you have
manager's
to do the
office,
waiting.
Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
Okay.
But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck.
Yes.
Was it the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Certainly. All right, off we go. Let's see if there's a good song for bringing the bucket with us.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley.
I like to imagine like the bucket would sort of just like tilt onto its side, then sort of rotate
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large
to the
door
side,
that read,
and then like
"Mind
do the
control."
reverse on the other side to kind of walk.
To like move up through stuff, yeah.
The lights rose
So
on an
next time
enormous
I
room
will need
packed
to
with
like. Oh,
television
this is kind of
screens.
spooky.
What
Wait, how do you-
horrible secret did this
Oh,
place
right, and then
Yeah,
you can,
you
like,
like
Stanley and the bucket
yeah,
see.
you jump down the catwalk
Okay,
as it's
yeah.
coming up like that.
Okay, so that we know what to do now. All right.
But just as Stanley was about to proceed
Yo.
forward into the mind control facility, he tripped and fell over the railing and into the dark void below.
Sure
Eventually, He
did.
fell directly onto the bucket, which safely cushioned his fall. What to do next? Stanley wondered. Stanley and the bucket could find no way out of this enormous pit, and
Oh,
so
man.
eventually they decided that the best thing to do would be to simply get comfortable down here. So they set up a little couch and relaxed.
Oh.
It really was.
Oh, nice. They set up a couch with all the stuff they had. Oh. Oh, brilliant. Oh, okay, this is going to be the best bucket ending, right?
Okay,
Oh, okay.
For when the bucket was craving power.
how did they install it?
But it
You
wasn't
shall
until
not.
the
You
rush
shall
of
not
the
question
sand
their
that
methods.
it
Full
really started
plumbing.
to feel like a home. In fact, after some time, Stanley realized that it had been ages since he had even thought of the mind control facility at all.
Wow.
He'd never gotten to fully explore what was up there. Never been
food
able
source?
to unearth the many mysteries of the mind
It'll be
control
fine.
facility.
They have a
This
kitchen.
lack of closure began to eat at him.
Oh. Oh no.
Soon he
Oh
was
no.
dwelling on his
No, 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 no,
regrets.
no. It's
In the
okay.
state of their
We can
home,
go
they
through
had
the lamp. That's all you ever
Stanley
want,
became
right?
withdrawn and neglected the cleaning.
Uh-oh.
It
It's like me.
unsettled the bucket deeply.
Oh no.
Stanley wasn't usually like this. The bucket
They have
tried to reach
food.
out to him again and again, but to no avail.
And drink.
All Stanley could think
Oh,
about,
no.
all he could talk about, was
Oh,
going
no.
back, doing it over again, staying on the path.
Oh
It was
no.
a mistake to leave the path. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. I need to do what the narrator said. I need to see the true ending. This made no sense at all to the bucket. It was simply trying to live its life down here.
Oh
as
no.
comfortably
This
as
is sad.
Yet Stanley was unconsolable. This isn't an ending. This is just a hole in the ground. The bucket sighed. True, it wasn't.
Fucking
But it's
suck.
where we happen to be. And maybe, possibly, if we accept the reality of things, maybe this will become an ending eventually.
Ooh, that's kind of.
It's what the bucket was counting on.
Oh my gosh.
Two of them waited for a very long time.
They did it! They got to the ending! Yay! Oh, I already had loss because I didn't move straight away. We need every single
his
second we can
co-workers
get,
were gone.
apparently. This is a
What could it
crazy
mean?
speedrun.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Alright.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Here's the door, just go.
Nice. Okay. Come on. Come on. Off we go. Off we go. We're going. We're going. We're speedy. Look at us. We're so good.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind
Right.
Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself.
Okay.
Did he have the strength to find out? Now, the
Oh,
monitors
is that?
jumped
Oh,
to life.
hold on.
Their
Can I like
true
get on this
nature
one?
revealed. Each
Ah.
bore the number of an employee in the
I don't know if I
building.
can.
Stanley's
Hmm.
co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen. And Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Oh, you suddenly can't hear. Because you have to wait anyway.
This mind control
Okay, well,
facility,
hopefully that's enough time
it was
save.
just horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place.
Alright,
And as the cold
come
reality
on, come
of
on,
his
come
past
on.
began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible...
Alright. Alright. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks for popping in today.
Bye, Lou.
Catch you later.
blackness.
Alright, let's
The
hope that's
rising
enough.
chill of uncertainty. Was it over?
Niner.
Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine.
Did he win though? Let's find
Unshackled
out.
himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his
Alright,
goal
come on,
had
come on,
not
come on,
been
come
to
on, come on.
understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt
Alright.
the cool breeze.
Let's find out.
Please, please, please.
Surely, we were so speedy. We even hopped over.
This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley...
Got the achievement. Surely. Stanley got the achievement. Come on. He did, didn't he? Didn't he? He got the achievement? No? He did not get the achievement? Oh my gosh. How do you get this
No.
achievement? Is there another time save? What? What?
I didn't see you like actually do the catwalk bit.
Huh.
But
Can you do it with
the
every
thingies,
cycle? Or just the
Stanley
first?
was alone. Finally. This is
like the
great.
first catwalk, I think it's only the first
This
one.
is what
Yeah, I
thought
couldn't
all
seem to get on the
along.
second
I
one's
got what I wanted.
chair. Yeah.
When Stanley came
So,
to a set of
big
2
question
open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Okay, the 8. Eight achievement.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Here's the door, just go.
No, I want this achievement. No, that's the wrong number. A bit further down.
Eight.
There it is. So I did do it correctly last time. I was on the right track. I just didn't do the 8 times. I just did it 4 times. Alright. Cool. So yeah, the only one that's left is play the game for 24 hours. Don't play the game for 10 years and the speedrun one. And then I don't know if there's anything left. Maybe I'll check out a flowchart. I don't want to spoil myself, but at the same time, like I've done basically everything, it feels like. So
Apparently, there's a skip. If you reset, you will start in the corridor just before the 2-door choice.
oh. Huh. That's interesting. Like,
All of his co-workers were gone.
how would you get the skip
What
then?
did it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
You can reset after the wall opens up.
After the wall opens.
Once this
like-
starts to happen, reset a few more times, and you'll start in the corridor just before the 2-door choice. Apparently.
Okay, so the door as in like the final door before like
Yet
everything
there was
frees
not
up?
a single person here either.
I've no idea.
Oh.
That's what the text says, the 2-door choice.
Right. Oh, but the thing it says is to reset in the middle of which door opening? Or does it just say the door opening? Like this one? It could be that one. Maybe.
You can reset after the wall opens up, either
wall
through yourself entering the code or by the narrator telling you to move on. Eventually, he'll start to open it as you reach the room.
Yes.
Once this starts to happen, reset a few more times, and you'll start in the corridor just before the 2-door choice.
Ah, okay, so since we've already done that, then maybe we're... Ah! Okay, immediately as... Yep, alright, perfect.
When Stanley came to a set of 2
Okay, so
open
that
doors,
saves
he
like
entered
10
the
seconds
door
or something.
and
5-10 seconds. Alright. As soon as I was like, there's no way...
Yet
There's...
there was not
Ah,
a
okay,
single
alright,
person
alright.
here either.
Alright, we got this.
How would you know to do that, though?
Stanley
To
decided go up
reset.
his boss's office. Coming to a staircase,
How would you know
Stanley
that you
walked
would
upstairs to
you
his
could get
boss's
teleported
office.
there?
I think after you do enough attempts, then, like, I guess it would just happen, and you'd be like, oh, okay, that's a nice game.
Here's the door.
Because I could have tried a few more attempts and then just been like, question mark, and then the game would teleport me there, and I'd be like, ah, it's really funny
Here's
game.
the door, just go.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, man. Okay.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large
And
door
then this
with
is
red
probably it, hopefully.
Yeah.
That saves a bunch of time, and I was like, I feel like I was close already.
The lights rose on an enormous
Okay.
room packed with
get up
television
here.
screens. What horrible
Ah,
secret
no.
did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Well, you know what? That means... Okay. Sure. I was like, I didn't lose time. I don't know if you would have to do that for, like, the actual, like, 422, though.
Each bore the number
Maybe
of
that,
an
like, the
employee in the building.
skip
Stanley's
is enough.
co-workers. The lives of so many
Hopefully.
individuals reduced to
Otherwise,
images on a screen.
we'll try again and we should get it.
Eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This
Come on,
mind
come on, come
control
on.
facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided
it's finally time to get the achievement. Yeah.
blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes! He had won! He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley...
achievement unlocked! Okay, yeah, you just needed that skip then. Just
Yay!
the hallway skip. Thank you for that, Libby.
Oh, you're welcome. Is this more like, usually I'm just like, oh yeah, I should let the person, you know, give it a good try. But I sometimes just look things up. I look things like that up just to be like, is this like a skill thing, or is this like
exactly
a thing you would never think of that like this the player just really needs help with, or rather like the player just needs to know it because they would not know otherwise.
Yeah, for sure. That's exactly how I feel too. So I don't mind like hearing that sort of thing. Yo, T-Flat, hello. Banger game indeed. Although I think we might have just finished. I'm checking the flowchart on the side now, and I've gone through. Let's see. That's done. That's done. That's done. Let's see. Yeah, okay, so I've got all of those. Oh, was I right the whole time about the fact that there was two? Okay. It was just slightly off with my requirement after all. if this is truly the case. How yesterday I was going on about how I swear there used to be 2 variants of the
When
death
Stanley came to a
ending.
set of 2
When
open
you go
doors,
this
he-
way.
this was not the correct way to the
Oh,
meeting room,
yeah.
and Stanley knew it
Yep.
perfectly well.
So
He
it's
also
not
wanted to
jump
stop
off
by the
when it
employee
starts
lounge
moving,
first,
it's
just to
get on
admire
it, get off of it while it starts moving,
Yes,
and then
truly a
jump
room
off.
worth admiring, but eager to
Oh
Stanley
man.
took the first
Okay.
open door on
Alright.
his left.
Alright. So
Stanley was so
that's
bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
there it is.
Oh, well, look who's got cold feet. Sorry to break it to you, Stanley, but that lift isn't coming back. You'd best either get comfortable right here on this platform, or test your luck by jumping to the floor
Oh!
below.
He
You know what?
actually...
Looking at it now, it's not that far to the bottom floor. I bet you can make it.
Oh man.
How evil.
Whoops. Looks like I was wrong. How clumsy of me.
And that's it! Okay, so there was 2!
All of his co-workers...
Okay, never mind. He is evil.
What it means.
I hate him now.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. It's
You're too
bucket time.
disobedient.
All the other orders, sorry, all the other endings have been nullified.
Just that one
count
has like...
evil.
Oh boy.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Yeah? There we go.
Oh, well, look who's got cold feet. Well, from here, it looks like the only way forward is down, since the lift won't be coming back, but that's okay. You've got a bucket. Did you know that buckets are routinely used
Yo.
as cushioning devices? It's true. You can fall on a bucket from literally any height and survive.
Wow.
I'm
Alright.
serious, Stanley. Jump with the bucket.
Okay.
I promise you'll live. I extra double promise that
Yo.
you can land on the bucket and not die.
Maybe we should wait a little longer just because there's a bit of extra dialogue again. Oh boy. But yeah, I think that's everything otherwise then. This was the last bit. Seems like I have everything else. Then there'd be some extra stuff like repeat dialogues and stuff, and I won't go for like literally everything. I'm sure there's videos out there for it. There is one ending that I didn't get, which is the 4-hour baby game, but I don't want to do that. Alright, I'll figure.
Whoops. Looks like I was
What?
wrong. How clumsy of me.
Okay, so there's just a bit of extra dialogue for that. Oh!
All of his
What?
contacts were gone. What could it mean?
Are you
Stanley
ready?
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
What?
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office.
The whiteboard ending! Okay, this is the best way to end off.
Nor did it advance the story in any
Dog
way.
mode.
I love sparing E and allowing everyone to... Okay, yeah, this is officially the final ending we got was the whiteboard ending. With dog sounds. Well, that was brilliant. I'm, like, I very much enjoyed this final product. This is incredible. It's such a simple little thing. It's like, bring a bucket with you everywhere and you get a new ending. Like, literally every ending changes because you just brought a bucket with you. And it's like the stupidest idea ever, but it works. I really enjoyed that anyway.
Yeah.
Like, the variants. There was still a lot of... It was just, yeah, a lot of fun as I expected. So I'm really glad I took the time to experience this out, like, finally.
Yay.
So, yeah, I think, again, I took the flowchart and it seems to be, like, that's all the endings and the major secrets. Again, there's, like, probably repeat dialogues, like, if you go back and do the same ending again. The stuff like how the speedrun achievement needs you to do the same thing over and over. I'm sure there's a few things like that, but I'll leave that to, like, YouTube. So yeah, I didn't expect that to take that long actually though, so I think I might leave it there for the night. I've still got to have dinner and such, so there's that. But yeah, looks like we're officially done with this game. So that was again a lot of fun. Really
Hooray.
enjoyed myself. So I think next up we will be able to make a start on the thing I really wanted to do is, so I've mentioned this in previous streams, but I will mention for anyone in stream today who doesn't know, it's get into the so I've played the first two Mystery Dungeon games, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon games, but I haven't played the other two, and I've been meaning to get around to it, so I think we'll finally start Gates to Infinity now that we finish this game. Let me go ahead and update the stream thingy. Bum, 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 bum. And where is it? Where is it? Ah. Okay. Alright, so we'll start that. I'm not sure when. Sometime soon though, in the next couple of days. I'll start it. I'm very excited to get into that. But yeah, there we go. We have finished. We have dog mode to end off the stream. It's brilliant. I love it. So thanks for hanging out, Livy, as well. It's always nice having your company.
It's okay.
And thank you to you guys who came along for the little trip as well. It's been, again, a lot of fun. I enjoyed it a lot, so I hope you guys have enjoyed, I don't know, my reactions to it too, perhaps. So yeah. Tomorrow in the morning, do I have time for stuff in the morning? I'm not sure, not 100% sure. I might be able to get like another set. Puyo set in, maybe we'll go to 5 Void. If not, then I might be able to find someone else to play a set with, and then I have work to go do, and then after work, we might use that time to do tutorial work, we'll see. But yeah, so might be stuff tomorrow, not 100%, but we'll see what we can do. Yeah, I will leave it there for today. Ooh, Fernie is streaming. They are a very, very, very good Puyo speedrunner. And they also just like play original Puyo Puyo competitively, which is the funny rule set where you can't clear garbage from your own, or like you can't counter garbage that is coming to you. So it's just like built on doing really, really strong quick chains. So that's why it's so good at speedrunning as well. But it's a lot of fun to watch. I'll pass you guys over to him. Let's set up the raid. And then it's...
That's cool.
Yeah! Let's check I spelled that right.
Yeah, I grew up with the classic ones of Kirby's Avalanche and
Yo!
Dr. Bonnick's Bean Machine.
Those are fun.
With no counters.
Indeed. Alright, so I'll see you all sometime soon. But thanks again for hanging out, everybody. For now, as always, I hope you all have a good rest of the day or night. I love you guys, and I'll see you all next time. Good night.